klātienē un centīsimies izrunāt visas tās idejas, kas mums būs svarīgas. Šajā fórumā, lai arī tas notiek virtuāli, tomēr visas dienas garumā mums ir iespēja diskutēt, apmainīties ar idejām par to, kā veicināt sadarbības starp Eiropas Savienības un Austrumu partnerības valstu pašvaldībām. Tātad šodien mēs runāsim gan par pašvaldību ieguldījumu zaļajā kursā, gan par publiskajām reformām un ilgspējīgas attīstības mērķiem, gan arī zināmā mērā par nākotni, tātad jauniešu lomu politikas ieviešanā. Tiesa gan es gribētu jums atgādināt dažus nosacījumus, lai mūsu virtuālā kopsadarbība būtu tieši tikpat jauka un patīkama, kā tas notiek LALRG klātienā. Tātad pirmām kārtām gribētu lūgt jūs izslēgt mikrofonus, tad, kad prezentētāji runā, kā saka, lai nav liekus fona skaņu. Jautājumus jūs varat uzdot diskusiju telpā, jeb tā saucamajā čatā. Papildus pēc paneļiem mums ir paredzēts arī laiks jautājumiem un atbildēm. Tātad tas nozīmē, atceramies, ka Zoom platformā ir šī elegantā iespēja pacelt rociņu, lai izteiktu vēlmi, ka vēlaties jautāt. Un, protams, es jūs aicinātu izmantot arī diskusiju telpu vai čatu, arī ne tikai uzdot jautājumus, bet arī apmainīties ar idejām, reaģēt uz runātājiem, sniegt savus komentārus, jo tādā veidā mēs daļai kompensēsim to, ka mēs netiekamies klātienē un mums ir liekta šī ārkārtīga sirsnīgā iespēja savstarpēji parunāties. Jāsaka vēl arī, ka ir notikušas nelielas izmaiņas mūsu programmā un, diemžēl, šodien mums atklāšanas sarunās nevarēs piedalīties Rīgas pilsētas domas priekšsēdētājs Mārtiņš Staķis, ņemot vērā, ka tātad viņam ir pienākumi Rīgas domē, taču viņš visiem dalībniekiem sūta sirsnīgus sveicienus un novēl mums arī produktīvu dienu. Nu ko, vēlu mums visiem produktīvu, veiksmīgu un iedvesmas pilnu dienu ar klusu cerību, ka nākamgad tiksimies klātienē. Un tagad es vēlētos aicināt Latvijas pašvaldību savienības priekšsēdi Gintu Kaminsku teikt atklāšanas runu. Lūdzu, Kaminska kungs.
Cienītās dāmas, godātie kungi, ministra kungs, kolēģi pašvaldībās Latvijā un sadarbības valstīs. Priecājos, ka šajos nenoteiktajos laikos mums visiem tomēr tik kuplā skaitā ir iespēja pulcēties Eiropas Savienības Austrumu partnerības vietējo līderu fórumā, kas notiek jau 2. gadu pēc kārtas. Šogad fóruma moto 2 galvenie vārdi ir solidaritāte un sadarbība. Šos 2 vārdus pēdējos mēnešus mēs dzirdam gandrīz katru dienu runājot par pandēmiju, par atbalstu mūsu līdzcilvēkiem uzņēmējiem. Šie 2 vārdi ir tikpat aktuāli ar veidojot mūsu sadarbību starp Eiropas Savienības un Austrumu partnerības valstu pašvaldībām. Mūsu diskusiju, viedokļu un labās prakses pieredzes apmaiņa ir jo īpaši būtiska laikā pirms nākamā gadā plānotā Austrumu partnerības samita, uz kuru tiek liktas lielas cerības, lai stiprinātu, spēcinātu Eiropas Savienības un Austrumu partnerības valstu sadarbību. Latvijas pašvaldības savienība, darbojoties attīstības, sadarbības un izglītības aktivitātēs jau 20 gadus, uzkrājusi ļoti vērtīgu pieredzi, ko smelsies sadarbībā ar jums, citu pašvaldību, to asociāciju pārstāvjiem, nevalstiskajām organizācijām, skolām, universitātēm un uzņēmējiem. Pateicoties Eiropas Savienības līdzfinansējumam un Latvijas Republikas ārlietu ministrijas atbalstam, esam varējuši īstenot daudz dažādu ideju, informējot mūsu pašvaldības un iesaistot attīstības sadarbības un izglītības aktivitātēs gan pašvaldību politiskos līderus, gan darbiniekus, gan vietējos iedzīvotājus. Esam bijuši gandarīti uzņemt izpētes vizītēs partnervalstu pašvaldību pārstāvjus, lai dalītos pieredzē par to, kā mūsu pašvaldības sniedz pakalpojums iedzīvotājiem arī tik prozaiskās jomās kā ūdens attīrīšana un atkritumu apsaimniekošana. Lai ļautu atpazīt iepazīt Latvijas austrumu partnerības valstu kultūru ikvienam iedzīvotājiem, kam tas interesētu, esam rīkojuši starptautiskos bērnu zīmējumu konkursus. Kopā ar austrumu partnerību valstu partneriem gatavojuši nacionālos ēdienus, aranžējuši tautas dziesmas bērnu koru izpildījumam un veidojuši video. Esam dalījušies ar mūsu pašu stāstiem, lai nākotnē mēs varētu rakstīt savus stāstus. Kopā ar to, kā mēs to redzam, kā mēs to vēlamies. Par to vienu no īsfilmām, kuras pirmizrādē jūs šodien būsiet arī liecinieki. Tas ir Kuldīgas novada veidotais vēstījums sadarbības partneriem austrumu partnerības valstīs, kas tapis Eiropas vietējās solidaritātes dienu ietvaros, un tā arī saucās Mans veiksmes stāsts. Novēlu mums visiem informatīvas diskusijas, vērtīgu darba dienu, un lai izturība, dzīvesprieks un galvenais laba veselība mums visiem. Paldies!
Kaminska kungs par mūsu iedvesmošanu. Neapšaubāmi šāds fórums ir būtisks, jo tas stiprina tātad attiecības starp Eiropas Savienības un Austrumu partnerības pašvaldībām. Un, protams, šim fórumam ir arī nozīmīga loma no ārpolitikas perspektīvas. Šajā mirklī es gribētu aicināt Latvijas Republikas ārlietu ministru Edgaru Rinkēviču teikt uzrunu fóruma dalībniekiem.
Jā, paldies liels! Labdien visiem! Esmu tiešām priecīgs, ka varu uzrunāt jūs, vai arī ne klātienē, bet digitālā veidā. Un pirmkārt jau nodot sveicienus no kolēģiem ārlietu ministrijā, jo austrumu partnerība ir gan Eiropas Savienības, gan Latvijas, jo īpaši prioritāte. Un kolēģi, kas strādā ar šiem jautājumiem, gan politiskā, gan attīstības sadarbības jomā, vienmēr ir centušies meklēt jaunus sadarbības veidus, aktivizēt esošos, meklēt arī idejas. Un šai ziņā mēs, protams, redzam, ka austrumu partnerībai ir ļoti liela nozīme divos lielos elementos. Pirmais elements, tas ir mehānisms, kā Eiropas Savienība, tās dalība valstis var palīdzēt mūsu austrumu partneriem atbilstoši viņu vēlmēm, atbilstoši viņu vajadzībām veikt reformas, veikt nepieciešamos darbus vai nu politiskās, vai ekonomiskās, vai sociālās sistēmas pārveidē, modernizācijā un attīstībā, bet mums savukārt tas ir arī viens no tādiem mehānismiem, kur mēs varam mācīties no mūsu austrumu partneriem labāko praksi. Nav tā, ka tā ir vienvirziena iela šeit. Patiesību sakot, mums vienmēr ir jāatcerās, ka šādos procesos reformu palīdzība, dažāda veida pasākumi, par kuriem jau runāja Kaminska kungs, mēs patiesību sakot mācāmies viens no otra. Un, protams, ka svarīgi ir sadarbība gan valstu vadītāju, gan ministru līmenī, nozaru līmenī, taču šodien es gribētu uzsvērt nemazāk svarīgi, es pat teiktu, ļoti būtisku aspektu, tā ir sadarbības starp pašvaldībām, starp vietējām varām. Jo faktiski tikai šajā līmenī, tajā brīdī, kad cilvēki reāli redz kaut kādus rezultātus, viņi var novērtēt, ko dod visas reformas, ko dod sadarbības programmas, ko dod attīstības sadarbības palīdzības finansējums dažādās jomās. Un es teiktu tā, ka, manuprāt, ja mūsu sadarbības rezultātā uzlabojās komunālie pakalpojumi un to sniegšanas kvalitāte, uzlabojās lietas, ko cilvēki ikdienā var novērtēt, un ja viņi redz, ka var lietas uzlabot un tam visam klāt nāk arī Eiropas Savienības zīmols, tas tikai veicina arī izpratni par to, kādām valstīm būtu jābūt, kas būtu tas, ko varētu savstarpēji mācoties ieviest no labākās Eiropas Savienības prakses. Tā kā, citējot klasiķi, jebkura politika beigu beigās ir lokāla, un arī augstā politika beigu beigās nonāk līdz attiecīgu praktisku projektu īstenošanai. Visbeidzot, pašvaldību sadarbība ir arī izcils publiskās diplomātijas instruments, jo, lai arī mēs esam šobrīd pandēmijā un šogad laikam viens pie otra mazāk esam braukuši, klātienē mazāk esam apmainījušies ar pieredzi vai viedokļiem, tomēr šādas vizītes veicina arī savstarpēju izpratni vienam par otru un arī ir lielisks publiskās diplomātijas instruments. No savas puses es gribētu teikt, ka šis gads ir tāds samērā trauksmēns bijis. Mums bija plānots klātienes Eiropas Savienības austrumu partnerības samits. Diemžēl Covid-19 dēļ tas ir pārcelts uz nākamo gadu. Mēs diezgan daudz diskutējām par to, kādai austrumu partnerībai būtu jābūt nākamos 10 gadus. No mūsu viedokļa, ja mēs abstrahējamies no augstās politikas, no Eiropas perspektīvas, mēs pilnīgi noteikti redzam, ka vienam no sadarbības virzieniem būtu jābūt labai pārvaldībai, darba vietu radīšanai, mazo un vidējo uzņēmumu atbalstam. Un tas ir tas, kur patiesību sakot, mēs redzam lielu lomu sadarbībai arī starp pašvaldībām. Šeit Latvijā šis gads bija iezīmīgs arī ar to, ka pēc dažādiem diezgan skarbiem strīdiem Latvijas parlaments pieņēma lēmumu par administratīvu teritoriālo reformu. Es domāju, ka mēs paši mācīsimies vēl no savas pieredzes, bet noteikti būsim gatavi arī dalīties nākotnē arī šajā pieredzē. Līdz ar ko mums ir ļoti daudz lietas, par kurām runāt, par to, kādā veidā veicināt solidaritāti un sadarbību. Un es gribu teikt lielu paldies gan organizētājiem, gan visiem tiem, kas piedalās šodien šajā fórumā, un vēlēt veiksmi jums tālākajās diskusijās.
Paldies, ministra kungs, par iedvesmas pilniem vārdiem pašvaldībām un fóruma dalībniekiem. Šis fórums notiek platformas projekta ietvaros, un platformas projekta vadošais partners ir Eiropas vietējo un reģionālo pašvaldību padome. Un tādēļ es gribētu aicināt Eiropas vietējo un reģionālo pašvaldību padomes ģenerālsekretāru Frédéricu Vallier dalīties gan savos iedvesmas vārdos, gan arī varbūt ieskicēt viņa skatījumu par austrumu partnerības lomu pašvaldībās. Lūdzu, Vallier kungs.
Thank you very much. And let me start, dear Minister, dear mayors, dear colleagues, by expressing our great satisfaction to organize this second Eastern Partnership Local Leaders Forum after the first edition last year in Vilnius. I feel sorry that we cannot meet in person as well, because it's always important to create links by meeting and by exchanging live. But the situation is such that we have to go online, and I think I'm quite impressed of the participation already. As we are starting this forum, I would also like to have a thought for people struggling in the region. We cannot avoid to think about the situation in Belarus and in the Caucasian region. And so it's, of course, very sad moments, very difficult moments. But this is also what solidarity and work is about, trying to find ways to work together, to live in peace, and to progress in this region. It's a great pleasure for me to open the second edition of the EU Eastern Partnership Local Leaders Forum, organized by the Latvian Association of Local and Regional Governments in cooperation with PLATFORMA and the Council of European Municipalities and Regions. We have a broad range of speakers that had been brought together to discuss the future of the Eastern Partnership, and particularly priorities topics such as the European Green Deal, the Sustainable Development Goals, local public reform, and digitalization. I would like to thank you all, and especially the speakers from the European Commission, the Gints, the Council of Europe, the German presidency, the Committee of the Region, local officials from PLATFORMA partners, and the Council of European Municipalities members from Georgia, Latvia, Moldova, Ukraine, Finland, Norway, Slovenia, Spain, France, the Network of Association of Local Authorities of Southeast Europe, NALAS, who is a member and a partner also. We have also civil society organizations and president of the Polish Youth Climate Council from the Polish Ministry of Climate. And of course, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much. I'm particularly happy that we managed to organize this second edition of the forum despite the difficult circumstances related to COVID-19. Last year, of course, with our partner, the Lithuanian Association of Local Authorities, we organized the first forum in Vilnius to review the Eastern Partnership process for its 10th year anniversary. It is very important to have this kind of platform in order to develop an annual multi-institutional dialogue at European level with EU institutions and local governments and EU member states. Eastern Partnership countries, including the Committee of the Region, civil society organization, and other relevant actors. And also to ensure the visibility of local and regional governments and their associations in the region to be represented on the European Union stage on topical thematics. The Council of European Municipalities and Regions, within its pan-European coalition of towns and regions, PLATFORMA, works very actively to support strengthening the role of local governments and their associations and recognize them as key players in promoting good governance, local democracy, and the rule of law in Eastern Partnership countries. We are convinced that local and regional governments and their associations have an important role to play in the cooperation between EU and Eastern Partnership countries in all priorities area of the European Union. And also on national level, we strongly support the strengthening of the local governments as policy makers and decision makers through their national associations, and encourage regular exchanges between central governments and national association of local and regional governments on any policy which may have a territorial impact. This is what we call the governing in partnership model. PLATFORMA plans to continue working very actively to advocate for strengthening the role of local governments and their associations in Eastern Partnership countries. It is also foreseen that PLATFORMA will continue to support increasing the autonomy and competencies of local governments in Georgia, in Moldova, in Ukraine, through the strengthening of their national association by creating a multi-level political dialogue at local, national, and European level, and facilitating capacity building and reinforce cross-border cooperation via peer-to-peer exchanges and trainings between Eastern Partnership local regional governments and national associations with their peers in the EU, in the region, but also in other regions of the EU, of course. Based on jointly identified priorities, such as decentralization processes, public administration reforms, sustainable local policies, fiscal autonomy and decentralization, local economic development, environmental and climate resilience, gender equality, and diverse societies, state reform, and delivery of public services, to name a few. I'm very much looking forward to having fruitful exchanges, and I'm sure we will build on this forum just as we did as the one last year to strengthen again the relations with Eastern Partnership countries and their local governments. Thank you very much for your attention.
Paldies, Vallier kungs. Tā kā mēs šodien diskutējam Eiropas Savienības un Austrumu partnerības sadarbības jautājumus, man ir liels gods atklāšanas runu aicināt teikt Ozurgeti pašvaldības domas deputātei no Gruzijas, Marikai Chkhikvishvili kundzei. Lūdzu, Chkhikvishvili kundze.
Hello, I am Marika Chkhikvishvili from Georgia, Ozurgeti Municipality. I am a member of the City Assembly, which is directly elected by the people for a 4-year term. I would like to say many thanks to the organizers, the Latvian Association of Local Authorities, Council of European Municipalities and Regions, and PLATFORMA to invite me and to give a possibility to speak on behalf of my municipalities today. It is a great honor. First of all, I wanted to highlight how important it is to have this kind of forum to us. Two municipalities from Eastern Partnership countries. I represent a small municipalities here today, Ozurgeti from Georgia, and on behalf of all the small-sized municipalities, this kind of forums are extremely important to make our voice heard. Unfortunately, we do not have a permanent representation of our local and regional authorities and its association of European Union level, and therefore we do not have regular exchanges on European Union external actions on a local level. This forum gives us a possibility to ensure our visibility of local and regional governments and their association from countries, Eastern Partnership countries, to be represented on European Union stage on topical themes. Georgian local authorities and its association, LALRG, work very hard to make sure that the decentralization strategy 2020-2025 adopted in December 2019 by the government of Georgia will be implemented. The aim of this strategy is to promote the devolution of state powers to municipalities and contribute to the relationship of provisions of the new constitution of Georgia to subsidiarity of powers and balanced territorial development stage. The stage has three main objectives: increase local self-government's role in managing substantial share of public affairs. Ensure adequate material and partnership resource for local self-governments and develop reliable, accountable, sustainable, transparent, and result-oriented local self-governments. Regarding today's topics of discussion, European Green Deal, Sustainable Development Goal, and youth participation. All of them are highly important for Georgian municipalities, especially Sustainable Development Goal, active gender equality, and empower all women and girls. We need to advance of gender equality on a local level and particularly in municipalities. With this conviction, my municipality created a Council of Gender Equality. I represent the Gender Equality Council of Ozurgeti Municipality, where we work hard on strengthening gender policy in the municipality, in employment of women in self-government on leading positions. Gender impact analysis of Ozurgeti municipality budget, empowering women in the economy. Ozurgeti municipality is also actively working to strengthen citizen involvement and has introduced various innovative mechanisms for citizen involvement. Last but not least, we need to keep a strong and result-oriented cooperation between European Union and Eastern Partnership countries on local level, and we express our readiness further engage in this cooperation. Thank you again, and I wish you a very successful and productive conference today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chkhikvishvili. Paldies, Chkhikvishvili kundze. Jā, arī moderātoram dažkārt gadās, ka viņš pāriet no latviešu valodas uz angļu valodu, bet, protams, mēs kā darba valodu saglabājam latviešu valodu, jo mums ir lieliski iespēja, ka mums ir arī sinhronais tulkojums, tāpēc šajā brīdī es gribēju teikt arī paldies tulkiem, kas jau ļoti aktīvi veic savu darbu un tulko. Neapšaubāmi gan Latvijas Republikas ārlietu ministrs, gan Eiropas vietējo un reģionālo pašvaldību padomes ģenerāls sekretārs, gan arī Chkhikvishvili kundze iezīmē to, cik daudzveidīgs mēdz būt raksturs sadarbībai un cik ļoti dažādās šķautnēs pašvaldības var sadarboties. Un neapšaubāmi tas, kā var pašvaldības sadarboties gan no Eiropas Savienības puses, gan Austrumu partnerības valstu puses, ir tieši tas, kas šķiet būs ik pa brīdim aktuāls mums šodien diskusijas gaitā. Un tādēļ es gribētu jums atgādināt, cienījamie fóruma dalībnieki, ka mums ir aktīva diskusija telpa jeb čats, kur jūs pilnīgi noteikti varat uzdot savus jautājumus runātājiem, kur jūs varat arī dalīties savos iespaidos. Un tā skaitā arī sniegt jūsu ieguldījumu redzējumā, kā varētu attīstīties Austrumu partnerības politika pēc 20. gada, patiesībā mēģināt balstoties uz jūsu pieredzi, lūkoties, ko mēs visi kopīgi varētu darīt, nu jāsaka, tepat vai teju pēc 2 mēnešiem. Jā, bet tā kā es teicu, ka jautājums par Austrumu partnerības politiku pēc 20. gada šķiet ir ļoti interesants, tad, protams, ir svarīgi zināt, kādas būs prioritātes, kādi būs uzsvari, jo galu galā no tā, kā mēs visi kopā veidosim nākamo sadarbību, tas arī būs tas noteicošais faktors, kas Eiropas Savienības un Austrumu partnerības valstu pašvaldību sadarbību pacels pilnīgi jaunā un citā līmenī. Tādēļ man ir liels prieks, ka šodien kopā ar mums ir arī Jērojams Viljams, Eiropas kaimiņu politikas un paplašināšanas jomas ģenerāla direktorāta Austrumu partnerības nodaļas vadītāja vietnieks, kuru es gribētu aicināt padalīties ar nākotnes redzējumu, nākotnes prioritātēm un ko katrs no mums, ar to es domāju, katra no pašvaldībām, var darīt, lai veicinātu un stiprinātu sadarbību. Lūdzu, Viljams kungs.
Many thanks, and thanks, of course, first of all, to Platforma for organizing this very important meeting and bringing, unfortunately, only virtually together a large number of key stakeholders when it comes to local development in the Eastern Partnership. I would like in the coming 15-20 minutes indeed say a few words about the future of the Eastern Partnership policy, particularly zooming in on the implications for local and local economic development, as well as provide you with some indications of how we see the next steps between today and the summit that we hope to hold early next year. So starting with the future Eastern Partnership policy, and actually before talking about the future, let's take a step back and zoom back to where we were roughly 1 year ago in 2019. If you recall, those pre-COVID days, they seem so long ago. 2019, around this time, we just finished the 10-year celebration of the Eastern Partnership. We had behind us, actually just behind us 1 year ago, the comprehensive and inclusive consultation process on how all stakeholders see the future of the Eastern Partnership. As part of that comprehensive consultation, we received really numerous amount of contributions about how we can further enhance and improve the Eastern Partnership. We received written contributions from almost all member states. We received written contributions from all partner countries. We received contributions from many stakeholders, both in the EU as well as in the Eastern Partnership countries. And I think that a few conclusions could be derived from this consultation process that was held in the pre-COVID days in 2019. One is that by and large, the existing framework that we had in place even until today, which is the 20 deliverables for 2020, is working, is providing concrete results to citizens in the 6 Eastern Partnership countries and is being recognized as such by the citizens of the Eastern Partnership countries. That's particularly the case if we look at this agenda when it comes to areas such as economic development, such as people-to-people exchanges, such as the broader connectivity agenda. It's more of a mixed result, if you want, when it comes to area of governance, where particularly in the area of rule of law, but also in ensuring there is an enabling environment for civil society, where there is enough space for independent media, where maybe gender equality are areas that we had maybe put the ladder of ambition a bit higher as to what we have achieved. But I think it's important to sort of like zoom back or have this small flashback to 2019 to bring us back to where we are today, or almost today. Let's go a little bit less back to March 2020, when the joint communication on the future post-2020 Eastern Partnership policy had been adopted. In itself, I would say an act of resilience, because this joint communication, which was the fruit of the consultation that I just mentioned, was adopted in the very first virtual European Commission College meeting. We were really at the start of the COVID pandemic, and it was quite exotic to have such a college meeting in a virtual format. Unfortunately, 8 months later, this has become our daily bread and butter. And indeed, unfortunately, we're not able to be physically together around one big table. But I think we managed, as a sign of resilience, to show that we can continue doing a lot of our work also in the virtual reality. And resilience was also the central theme, if you want, of the future Eastern Partnership policy. At the heart of what we would like to do moving beyond the post-2020 era is to strengthen overall resilience in the 6 Eastern Partnership countries. And to do so, we aim to work on 5 broad policy objectives. So we move from the 4 broad areas: economy, governance, mobility, people-to-people, connectivity, under the existing 20 deliverables for 2020 agenda, to 5 broad policy objectives, all with at its heart strengthening of resilience. So first policy objective, strengthening of economic resilience, working on strengthening trade, economic integration, strengthening SMEs as the motor for economic development, including, very importantly, access to finance, where we have been doing some, I think, very important work in terms of providing access to finance in local currency, but also working on areas such as interconnectivity, the importance of the TEN-T that is setting out a roadmap with an emphasis on the road as regards the strategic corridors linking the EU and the Eastern Partnership, and the TEN-T, the extended TEN-T, making the Eastern Partnership 100% part and parcel of this important initiative. A second priority objective or policy objective is rule of law and security. Indeed, as I mentioned, one of the outcomes of the consultation is that that has been an area where ambitions have not always matched the achievements, although it's certainly not the case that nothing has happened, but to sort of like reinforce the importance of this area, we have really put in place a dedicated policy objective related to rule of law and security, strengthening judicial reforms, working on the fight against corruption, working also on issues that are very close to the area of local development, such as agriculture, working on organized crime and working on security, sorry. And thirdly, a third policy objective, very much mentioned already by previous speakers, and also at the heart of the new commission that has been put in place end of last year, is the area of green transition. So working on how to make growth greener, how to work on energy efficiency, how to strengthen biodiversity, how to work on circular economy, how to strengthen smart mobility. And also a new area in this domain, and very much, I would say, influenced by recent developments, is the area of health and well-being. That is an area that in the pre-2020 Eastern Partnership was not given so much attention, but obviously with the COVID pandemic having so much of an impact, the issue of health resilience has become much more pronounced on the future Eastern Partnership agenda. Similar to the green transition, we also have the digital transition, and that's also a separate policy objective in the future Eastern Partnership policy agenda, focusing on digital infrastructure, focusing on e-governance, focusing on digital economy, making best use of all the possibilities and the potential that it gathers, but also strengthening cyber resilience. And finally, again, an area very close to the heart of local development, is the importance to strengthen fair and inclusive societies. And with that, you may have seen, and with these fair and inclusive societies, we mean to strengthen public administration reform, both at central, but equally, as we know, we have this comprehensive public administrative reform agenda and the PAR principle. We also talk about local governance. We talk about strengthening civil society, strengthening CSO enabling environment, working on independent media, working on youth, as well as on human rights. And so you see, with both fair and inclusive society and rule of law and security, we have clearly two, if you want, more values type of pillars, as opposed to only one governance pillar in the old 20 deliverables for 2020 agenda. So clearly reinforcing that element in the post-2020 context. So this is that's the joint communication that was adopted in March. According to the original plan, as also was mentioned by the minister earlier, intention was to have this joint communication be the base of the Eastern Partnership Summit that were supposed to be held in June 2020. Unfortunately, with the pandemic being still what it is, it was not possible to organize a physical meeting in June. However, and I think it's a clear sign of the strategic importance that both EU and Eastern Partnership attach to this partnership, a leaders VTC was organized where the EU 27 plus the Eastern Partnership 6 leaders came together and clearly, I don't think you can say endorse, but they really sort of like embrace this new agenda, this joint communication with its 5 policy objectives with resilience at its heart, and gave a very strong political steer to work on these 5 policy objectives as described in the joint communication, and use that as a basis to develop the new reform agenda, the post-2020 deliverables agenda that we then would like to see endorsed at the next Eastern Partnership Summit, which is still scheduled to take place in March next year. So that's the broad contours, as I'm sure you are already quite well aware of the joint communication. Let me now say a few words about what does that mean when it comes to local authorities, local development. How is this aspect reflected in the joint communication? Firstly, and I will not be comprehensive, but I'll take a few key elements. Firstly, when it comes to economic resilience, I think an important element of the work that we have been doing over the last so many years is to strengthen regional, but also rural development, and strengthening our engagement outside of capitals is very much emphasized in the joint communication. One concrete example of our work in this sphere I would like to highlight is the program which we call Mayors for Economic Growth. I think it's an important flagship program for strengthening local economic development, and it supports local authorities in becoming active agents for their own economic growth, ensuring that there is a real public-private dialogue resulting in local economic development plans that are then supported with a little bit of seed money coming from the EU. At present, this Mayors for Economic Growth initiative is working in 3 out of the 6 countries. It's working in Armenia, where we have 74 signatories and 25 local economic development plans. It's working in Georgia, where we have 48 signatories to the Mayors for Economic Growth initiative and 46 local economic development plans, and in Ukraine, where we have 192 signatories and 118 local economic development plans. I'm very excited to say that the next phase of this Mayors for Economic Growth is due to start, pandemic or not, early next year. And we hope that we will be able to further strengthen local economic development through this new Mayors for Economic Growth initiative. So that's on economic resilience. When it comes to green and the green transition, I think there's also a lot that we do and we can do in the post-2020 Eastern Partnership policy framework. Allow me to mention two concrete examples where I think we have reached some really concrete results for citizens. One is the Covenant of Mayors, which is a facility or an initiative that is not necessarily specific to the Eastern Partnership. You have a Covenant of Mayors initiative that is actually available in many parts of the world, including the EU itself. But it is outside the EU, the Eastern Partnership, that this initiative has been taking up the most. There is no other region outside of the EU where this initiative, where cities are signing up to reduce CO2 emissions by at least 30% by 2030, by committing themselves to sustainable energy and climate action plans. There's no other region outside of the EU where this take-up has been so high. In total, we have 460 signatories to this Covenant of Mayors within the Eastern Partnership, representing 74 million inhabitants and 40% of population. That's really massive. And I think it's a clear sign how this green issue is something that we can really work together also in the post-2020 era. In the same vein, we have a program that is focusing on municipal infrastructure investments, such as the Eastern Europe Energy Efficiency and Environment Partnership, the E5P. That program, which is a multi-donor program, is also aiming to reduce CO2 emissions by working on very concrete projects that can really make a difference for people. District heating, solid waste management, sustainable urban transport. You may have seen the famous blue buses in Tbilisi, street lighting, and so on. Until now, we have been able to reduce with this program about 1 million ton of CO2 emissions per year. That's the equivalent of the emission of 500,000 cars. And we hope now also that all 6 countries, with Azerbaijan having joined this initiative only last year, we hope to further strengthen results in this area as we move forward, and as also the NDK, the new instrument supporting reforms in the Eastern Partnership and beyond, will have much more possibilities for blending. So that's economy and environment. On the area of fair and inclusive society, I think there's also elements where local economic developments very much come to the fore. When it comes to civil society, the approach that the EU has been taking over the last few years and will further strengthen as we move forward is to move away from capitals and strengthen our support outside of the capitals, into the regions, into the villages, into the towns. What we have been doing is to strengthen our work through strategic partners, providing grants for onward granting to those type of entities, civil society organizations, that normally a big organization like the EU cannot reach by itself. But through sub-granting, we are able to reach more and different civic actors than we could have reached before. Those actors that may not be able to be fluent in English, that may not be able to respect fully or have the capacity to respond to our complicated procedures and administrative guidelines, but that can make a difference to people in the 6 Eastern Partnership countries. Just to give you an idea, over the last few years, the number of beneficiaries by using this financial support to third parties, this sub-granting, has moved from around 300 to 1,200, so 4 times more civil society actors have been benefiting directly or indirectly from EU support. And as we move forward towards the post-2020 agenda, we would like to strengthen this further, enhance this number further. Final element, and just as an example of how we would like to see strengthening the local dimension in the post-2020 Eastern Partnership policy framework is the area of pilot regions, something that we have started in the current agenda, where we have identified in each of the 6 Eastern Partnership countries some specific regions where we would like to do a little bit more, try to do innovative approaches, try to experiment certain new ways of doing things so that we can focus more efforts on a smaller territory, have more impact, and really see if we can sort of like test case certain new ways of working. This idea of working with pilot regions, I could very much imagine that this will be further expanded as we move to the post-2020 agenda. So I mentioned the joint communication. I mentioned the some areas where this joint communication and the future Eastern Partnership policy framework will have a direct bearing on the local dimensions. Now, where are we now? We are today November, and we have the summit ahead of us, if all goes well, in March. How to move from this joint communication, which is giving a clear direction, to having clear, quantifiable, smart deliverables that set the agenda in a much more operational manner for the next few years. In order to do this, we have been working together with our partners, member states, Eastern Partnership countries, line DGs, civil society actors, other stakeholders on shaping up this new set of post-2020 deliverables. Actually, as we speak, we have been organizing dedicated panels as part of the Eastern Partnership architecture. We are close to finalizing, actually having had all these different panels. We'll have a dedicated health meeting as well, as that was not something that we could do in the existing Eastern Partnership architecture. There's no ministries of health in any of the many panels that we have as under the existing architecture. And we'll also have platforms before we can then sort of like finalize the jointly owned work, move towards hopefully endorsement of this new set of deliverables by the summit in next year. Of course, all this work takes place in a very specific context, which is the one that is touching us all. Not only the Eastern Partnership, but all of us, which is that of COVID. And I could, of course, not I think it's important that we mention a little bit also the work that we have been doing over the last few months when it comes to our response to COVID. I think we can be quite proud of the rapidity and the scale of our response, using also very much the Team Europe approach, working hand in hand with member states. So as I'm sure you know, we have been able to mobilize approximately 1 billion euros to support the Eastern Partnership in fighting the short term, but also the medium and long term impact of COVID. When it comes to the short term, we have been able to mobilize close to 90 million euros, strengthening health resilience, strengthening immediate impact on vulnerable groups, strengthening the impact that it had on fighting disinformation. Unfortunately, as many of you are well aware, we are now into a second wave of the health pandemic, and we're also trying to see how we can further reinforce our support to the partner countries in this particular domain, bringing in additional equipment, PPEs, test kits, and so on, to ensure that our health systems stay as resilient as they can be. But hopefully we can also look beyond the health pandemic. And then clearly, we have ahead of us in the next few years a very strong focus on the socio-economic recovery of all our regions, including the EU. And for that, we have set aside close to 900 million euros, strengthening socio-economic recovery of the Eastern Partnership region. And I think what is the key challenge moving forward is to ensure that while we work on this much needed socio-economic recovery, we should not forget the longer term reform agenda in the form of this new generation of deliverables, the post-2020 deliverables that we hope to have endorsed in March 2021 at the Eastern Partnership Summit. I think if we have these two elements together, the huge amount of resources for the socio-economic recovery and the new reform agenda, I think we have a winning agenda for showing which is the slogan of the Eastern Partnership, and I think is still very relevant as of today, that we are and will remain stronger together. Thank you very much.
Paldies, Viljams kungs. Jūs iezīmējāt to, ka izturēt spēja vai angļu valodā resilience būs tā īpašība, kas šķiet mums būs vajadzīga ļoti, ļoti daudz un visās iespējamās jomās. Bet kamēr jūs prezentējāt nākotnes redzējumu, mums ir arī jautājums no Marlēnas platformas direktors, kura vēlās uzzināt, kā Eiropas Savienības un Austrumu partnerības valstu pašvaldību partnerība tiks atbalstīta. Tātad šajā gadījumā decentralizētā sadarbība. Vai jūs varētu varbūt izstāstīt, jums ir kādas idejas par šiem atbalsta mehānismiem? Paldies.
Thank you very much for the question. So, yeah, can I respond?
Protams. Sure.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Indeed, when it comes to local authorities, I think that the importance is not necessarily to have a dedicated line for local authorities. Allow me to remind you that under the European Neighbourhood Instrument, there was no dedicated line for local authorities. But as I just tried to outline, the issue of local authorities is very much at the heart of the joint communication. And these 5 policy objectives and the joint communication will be the main ingredient for the programming of assistance in all of the 6 Eastern Partnership countries. So I don't think that there should be any concern that local authorities will be left behind. What I also should mention is that while we had in the pre-2020, pre-NDICI environment, we had a dedicated thematic budget line called CSO-LA, Civil Society Organizations and Local Authorities. Something similar, a thematic budget line under NDICI, will also be available for the whole NDICI region, similar to how it was under the current thematic budget lines. So I think that we are having here more evolution than revolution, and certainly I don't think we should be concerned that local authorities will be left behind when it comes to resource allocation. Rather the contrary, I think there is an increased understanding both within the EU, I think as well as in many Eastern partners, that investment in local level are a real value for money.
Paldies par jūsu atbildi. Un paldies vēlreiz, Viljams kungs, par to, ka jūs tik labi un interesanti ieskicējāt šo nākotnes redzējumu, jo tur pilnīgi noteikti bija ļoti daudzas idejas, kuras katrs no fóruma dalībniekiem var paņemt un lūkoties, kā veicināt pašvaldību sadarbību. Paldies jums liels! Šajā brīdī mēs varam arī pāriet jau pie pirmās paneļa diskusijas, kas ir veltīta vienam no nākotnes mērķiem, kas ir ieskicēts arī Austrumu partnerības politikā pēc 2020. gadā. Konkrēti tātad runāt par vides un klimata ilgtspēju un ko faktiski gan vietējās, gan reģionālās pašvaldības var darīt un kāds varētu būt pašvaldību ieguldījums zaļajā kursā, tātad patiesībā arī klimata ilgtspējā. protams, mums arī būs ieskats no Austrum partnerības valstīm. Tātad mums būs Moldovas vietējo pašvaldību programmas vadītājs Aleksandru Osaci un Sandro Sordija, Ozurgeti pašvaldības domas deputāts no Gruzijas. Vienlaikus vēlos atgādināt, cienījamie klausītāji, ka ir iespēja uzdot čatā vai diskusiju telpā jautājumus, kurus mēs mēģināsim atbildēt. Tātad šajā gadījumā nevis mēs, bet, protams, runātāji mēģinās atbildēt, tad, kad visi 4 runātāji būs izstāstījuši to, ko viņi vēlējās mums šodien izstāstīt. Tā kā izmantojam iespēju uzdodam jautājumus, bet es šajā mirklī došu vārdu Markula, padalīties ar viņa redzējumu tātad par pašvaldību ieguldījumu zaļajā kursā. Lūdzu, Markum.
Thank you very much. Let's see if I can get my slides on. I prepared a few slides to give a nice background view for you. Do you see the slide now? Okay. And first of all, it's great to be contributing to this seminar, and I'm very happy so that I can share my experiences coming actually originally from Finland, but being a long time with the European Committee of the Regions, and there several years even the EU side president of the CORLEAP collaboration, and I'm continuing with the CORLEAP, so I will have in the future as well good chances to collaborate with all of you, hopefully. And now when the frame is very nicely already painted in the previous presentation, so I thought a bit so that what additional value can I bring to this challenge, and I think that I'll try to show that green transition is not a separate issue, digital transition is not a separate issue, but all they need to be integrated more. And that means especially target towards learning, towards innovation, increasing the innovation ecosystem thinking, but as well finding new ways how to create this, what I highlight there, the sustainability as the new normal. And that means, as an example, so in my city, Espoo, the second largest city in Finland, so we've integrated through all actors, all the sectors of the city activity. What does sustainability mean there? How we can take the next steps further on? And as an example, in energy, so it means that in the next 5 years, step by step, we will get rid of using coal. And that means that we have already going on in parallel around a dozen different activities together with the local industry, with our district heating system, with our geothermal, solar, with our renewing the water management system, so we can get a lot more energy out of the wastewater as well to our energy system, and many, many others. And it means really that we will, as I highlighted, the key kind of message is there that we need to collaborate much more with the local industry. We need to integrate the latest university research and activities on that. All levels of education are crucial, and we will build more on the European partnerships, including now the Eastern Partnership countries as well. And when I take the next slide, so this is out of the opinion which we just actually yesterday voted on a few amendments on this opinion on the adaptation policy. And I highlighted a few of the key messages out of that. And the core in the middle that I wanted to show is that the main action is on the city level. So especially what we just heard about from the coming mayors for economic growth initiative. That is a good example, excellent example. And I just want to stress that it needs to be not whatever growth, it needs to be sustainable. And when we then think about what the cities can do on that, so it's always in collaboration with the local partners and especially from industry, and increasing, when we think about increasing the knowledge, know-how, at the city level, it means increasing the know-how and innovativeness of companies so that they will move on. Public, private, people partnerships. It's a commitment to sustainable change. And many of those, as I stress, highlight there heavily. So resilience, so we can react faster. We can capture and take in active use some of the best practices from around the world. And that is part of the key focus areas of the EU Eastern Partnership Program as well. And that is where we, with the CORLEAP, can help. So our EU country regions collaborate with regions and cities from the 6 CORLEAP Eastern Partnership countries. Personally as well, I've especially been involved very much with the work with Ukraine. Of course, visited several times in a few of the others, especially Armenia. So I'm very much waiting for this new program to start and how we from the EU side, how we could contribute. I listed here a few of the key messages, kind of content from this Committee of the Region opinion on sustainability and adaptation activities. And what does this sustainability as a new normal mean? Especially it means that with the help of the city and with the experts, we integrate that the new normal way of operations in all the businesses and of course individuals. So important element is the awareness activities within the citizens. We have a very active, in my city as an example, youth council. So young school-age children from 15 to 18 members of that elected among the youth themselves, and they contribute a lot on this meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations 17 SDGs, and that is very crucial. We made our own city kind of voluntary review, voluntary local review and deliver that report, more than 200 pages, to the United Nations, and sharing that now, and we can share that experience. What does it mean? How we have been involved and integrated our activities there. So how it really works on. And then, as said there, so it means this collaboration contacts and having a multidisciplinarity approach to all activities. It builds that EU financing, especially for cities and regions, in reskilling and upskilling the labor force. So those who don't have that kind of knowledge yet. And if I then move on, I have 2 more slides to go. This is a good example of what we have been involved with on the whole Baltic Sea region, and from practically all the member states, and including as well Russia, St. Petersburg region was there involved. And we analyzed, or the group of both experts and local actors analyzed what does this smart specialization mean? And I think this is something very helpful and will be helpful to implement smart specialization strategies in the CORLEAP Eastern Partnership countries as well. And there is the link for that report. We analyzed there all of these reports, local plans. We had our teams operating organized innovation camps in all of those locations. Riga, very important actor there as well, and other parts from the Baltic states as well. And in the report itself, so it highlights what are the focus areas, what are the strengths and weaknesses, and coming major activities what are needed in each of those as kind of local innovation ecosystems. And my final slide here, I want to conclude that so that when we want to move kind of targeted, this Green Deal needs to be integrated to digitalization and innovation. So it means especially so that we have a broad view, we use all practical examples, we kind of create the culture of bottom-up initiatives, and on that this measures for economic growth in the EIP countries can be a good instrument forward, but we should integrate the other countries, and on that, so the collaboration with the Latvian Association of Municipalities, that is a good example. We have already had several activities jointly. And those 5 key points, they want to show that it's modernizing our own thinking as well, mobilize extensive investments on profitable climate tackling initiatives. So not only specific money of that European Investment Bank money, but as well recovery funds, Horizon research funds, and cohesion funds. And that's policy guidelines for every EU member country, but as well for our partners. It means as well so kind of integrating the best knowledge, so what I call the dance of research and innovation with practice. It's as well so that we need to think about circular economy. That's not only about materials, but it's a circular economy of know-how and knowledge. And that means that we really invest more on these partnerships. So having visits from Eastern Partnership countries to EU countries, see how in practice we are doing these things. So both energy, water management, and so on. And as well, so it means regional ecosystems kind of operating as test beds for rapid prototyping. There are already many good handbooks on innovation camps and how to implement the SDGs. Many of these handbooks provided by the EU Joint Research Centre. And kind of finally then in the EU, we are now implementing the Digital Europe program, and part of that is the European Digital Innovation Hubs, DIS, and those will be a very good potential for our cities to get the latest knowledge integrated on the city practices. So it's a reality that's part of everyday life. And really hope to see you in spring or so, that we could deepen some of these and have maybe a couple of the kind of prototype activities, workshops, face-to-face, smaller groups to operate, and then we can get more out of this collaboration with the Eastern Partnership countries and with the CORLEAP. Thank you very much.
Paldies, Marko, par jūsu ieskatu jaunajā normalitātē, kas mūs sagaida, kamēr mēs cīnāmies ar dzīvi tiešsaistē. Tiesa gan, zaļais kurs arī ir pietiekami daudzveidīgs temats, un viena no lietām, par ko mēs daudz diskutējam zaļajā kursā, ir energosistēma integrācija vai energosistēma savietojamība. Tādēļ es gribu lūgt Gunāru Ansiņu, kas ir gan Liepājas domas priekšsēdētāja vietnieks, bet arī Eiropas Savienības reģionu komitejas loceklis un arī ziņotājs, padalīties ar viņa skatījumu uz zaļo kursu un arī jauno normalitāti. Lūdzu, Gunār.
Labdien, kolēģi, labdien, draugi. Es augstu novērtēju šo sadarbības platformu, kas rada mūsu šo sadarbības un apmainamies ar viedokļiem, kā strādāt labāk. Un, protams, es vienmēr domāju, ka mēs ar Marku esam tāds cimds ar roku, jo šī nedēļa apliecināja to, ka mēs pirms dažām dienām abi diskutējām reģionu komitejā. Un es gribētu teikt, tas tāds princips cimds ar roku. Tā kā sveiciens, Marko, tev arī no Liepājas. Bet skatoties uz valsti kopumā, mēs redzam to, ka Eiropas zaļais kurs vedina Eiropu kļūt daudz klimatneitrālāku. un ir jau pietiekoši skaidri definēts gads, 2050. gads, kuri nopietni jau uzlikti pienākumi, kā pārstrukturizēsies Eiropas Savienība. Ja mēs paskatāmies šobrīd patreizējo modeli, kurā enerģijas patēriņš transporta, rūpniecības, gāzes un ēku nozarēs notiek izolēti, katrai no tām ir atsevišķa gan ķēžu vērtība, gan noteikuma infrastruktūrā, plānošanā un darbībā līdz 2050. gadam. Un Eiropas stratēģija, ar ko mēs šobrīd saskaramies, ir tā, kas skaidri un gaiši pasaka, ka mums ir 6 galvenie stratēģiskie mērķi. Tā ir cirkulārā energosistēma, kur pamatā ir princips energoefektivitāte vispirms, un šeit es vēlreiz gribu uzsvērt, energoefektivitāte vispirms, lai mūsu ēkas vai mūsu kopienās efektīvāk izmantot vietējos enerģijas resursu avotus. Otrs būtiskais pilārs ir enerģijas elektrifikācijas pieprasījuma pātrinājums, pamatojoties uz lielākiem energoatjaunojumiem avotiem balstītās energosistēmās, piemēram, elektrotransporta līdzekļu uzlādes tīkls, kas mums visiem kopā ir jāveido. Jo pretējā gadījumā sanāks tā, ja mēs gribēsim aizbraukt uz Grūziju, tad kaut kur mums būs jāuzpildās pa vidu, un mēs savu elektrotransportu varēsim palikt nekurienē. Līdz ar to tas, es domāju, ka arī tāds pietiekošs diskusijas pamats arī austrumu partnerībā. Otrs būtiskais aspekts šajā elektrifikācijas jautājumā ir tas, kā mēs izmantojam atjaunojamos resursus, kas ir saule, vējš, un kā mēs varam tos palielināt. Trešais būtiskākais pilārs ir veicināt atjaunojumu un zem oglekļa satura degvielu. Daudz mēs esam diskutējuši un runājuši arī par, piemēram, ūdeņradi, kas pēc Latvijas aprēķiniem patreiz izskatās ļoti dārgs, bet tajā pašā laikā pēdējie piemēri no Vācijas vieš cerību, ka tas arī varētu būt daudz modernāks un precīzāk izmantojams. Papildus tam ir biodegviela, biogāze. Tās ir tās nozares, kas nākotnē visticamāk tiks attīstīts arī Eiropas Savienības līmenī. Ceturtais pilārs, kas ir ļoti būtisks, padarīt enerģijas tirgu piemērotu dekarbonizācijai un dalītiem resursiem, kas noteikti, kuras pamatā būtu arī integrētāka enerģijas infrastruktūra. Būtiski, manuprāt, ir tas, ka šajā kontekstā īpašu vērtību ir jāpievērš vairāk valstu energosistēmas darbībai. Jo tā ir jāsaliek kopā sinhroni, lai nodrošinātu enerģijas nepārtrauktību, jo īpaši iespējamu krīžu laikā. Tātad īpaši uzmanību būtu jāvelta enerģijas sistēmas pārvaldībai, bet tajā pašā laikā mums ir jāatcerās arī, cik tas maksā. Šīm izmaksām jābūt pietiekami draudzīgām, un to mēs varam sasniegt, ka mums ir enerģijas uzkrāšanas iespējas, vai nu tie ir akumulātori vai kādas citas izmaksas. Tagad, ja mēs padiskutētu par pašvaldību lomu šajā sektorā, izmaksas ziņā efektīvi risinājums īpaši ir svarīgi Covid pandēmijas otrā viņa laikā, domājot par pašvaldības ekonomikas atvesaļošanu. Tāpēc pašvaldībām, manuprāt, ir būtiski spēlēt savu lomu, veicinot atjaunojamās enerģijas īpatsvaru pieaugumu, mudinot un īstenojot rīcību politiku un pasākumus, kas uzlabo īpaši siltumapgādi, augstumapgādi un transporta nozari. Es domāju par principu energoefektivitāti vispirms. Mēs nedrīkstam aizmirst arī par divām būtiskām prioritātēm, lai pilnveidotā energosistēmas nozīmētu iedzīvotājiem un uzņēmējiem mazākas izmaksas, kā arī sekmētu pašas koheizijas un katra reģiona izaugsmi. Diemžēl energoresursu esošā cena būtiski atšķirās, tāpēc mums ir nepieciešams pārdomātas rīcības Eiropā, kā ar atsevišķiem Eiropas Savienības grantu finansējumiem mēs spētu nodrošināt šo reģionu koheiziju. Es gribētu turpināt arī un dalīties piemērā ar Latvijas piemēru. Un ar gandarījumu es varu teikt tā, ka Latvija 3. vietā Eiropas Savienībā, atpaliekot tikai no 2 valstīm, tas ir Zviedrijas un Somijas, pēc atjaunojamo enerģijas īpatsvaru kopējā enerģijas patēriņā. Tas ir ļoti būtiski, ka Eiropa kopumā sasniegt izvirzīto klimata neutralitāti 2050. gadam, kas ir energosistēmā katrā reģionā būtiski nevis tas, par cik procentiem palielina eksistējošo zaļo enerģiju, bet cik tā parāda kopējo masu, īpaši kopējā enerģijas patēriņā. Tāpēc mums ir nepieciešama katrai valstī, katrai pilsētai ļoti rūpīgi plāni, kā katrs var sasniegt šos mērķus. Dāmas un kungi, man tiešām liels prieks bija dalīties savā pieredzē, Eiropas pieredzē, par šiem būtiskākajiem jautājumiem, kas būs dienas kārtībā Eiropas Savienībā turpmāko gadu laikā. Paldies jums!
Paldies, Gunār! Tagad mēs varam pievērsties Eiropas zaļā kursa aktivitātēm ārpus Eiropas Savienības, un tādēļ es gribu aicināt mūsu pārstāvi no Moldovas, respektīvi Moldovas vietējo pašvaldību kongresa programmu vadītāju Aleksandru Osaci. Lūdzu, Aleksandra.
Thank you very much. Good to see all of you. Seems like a very good tradition already, this forum, the second one in a row. I remember how wonderful was the previous one in Lithuania. About our topic today, there are many quite positive aspects of the Green Deal policy in application to the, let's say, developing countries, but also to the Eastern Partnership. This year, we did participate also together with the PLATFORMA at many different events, different discussions about the Green Deal, and first of all, found out a lot of information about how people in the European Commission, in DG DEFCO, in DG NEAR are seeing these programs and the actions on the ground. Indeed, Mr. Williams today already mentioned the economic development as a very high priority for Eastern Partnership, and this is very encouraging because previously we also heard from his colleagues from DG DEFCO about strong connection between the Green Deal and economic development, economic growth. I think this is a very positive and very good correlation. We shouldn't forget about what a disastrous situation we are risking to find ourselves due to the pandemic crisis. And certainly many efforts should be connected with economic growth, which is crucially important for our countries. And these green investments, and also we shall see probably as a combination, partly as they contribute significantly to the social aspects of people's lives, but also as a very important tool for motivation of private investments, of economic infrastructure, because certainly if we construct some important infrastructure in, let's say, in water, in energy, in waste management, we certainly create the preconditions for attraction of the private investors in our communities. It's very also encouraging what we heard lately in many discussions with European Union colleagues about the investments in infrastructure as one of the key aid modalities which will be applied, including for the Green Deal, for the environmental and climate programs. And indeed, there is no other way because, again, as I said, this pandemic crisis, we also have to keep in mind that it has to be somehow we have to find some counterbalance of the public services and infrastructure potential deterioration due to the pandemic crisis and due to the heavily evaporating financial resources in our countries, but also, first of all, at the level of local governments. It's also might be a good opportunity to look into the way the sectors which are working with the Green Deal or which are correlated with the Green Deal are operating, and why not, particularly if we are talking about European external investment plan, facilitation of attraction of private investments in our countries via guarantees and via different other motivational factors, guarantees provided by European Union to the private companies from European Union who are willing to invest in our countries. One of the opportunities would be to look into the so-called municipal enterprises, or how the sector is being organized at the sector, I mean waste, water, energy, and many other relevant for the green economy sectors, how they are organized, and maybe find the ways of testing, piloting, at least at the initial stage, subcontracting and concessions of these municipal enterprises, maybe even privatizing them, because I know in many countries they represent a problem. They are not working well. Quite often they are inefficient, working with huge waste, with losses. In my country, very rarely they have profits, almost never. So, I mean, this is the complex of the, let's say, so strategic or global considerations which connect the Green Deal, environmental and climate programs, which connect them with overall infrastructure of economic development. And again, it's very encouraging that in many late discussions we see at the European Union level that there is a strong understanding of this connection between economic development, between local economic development, and between green interventions under this green economy and the environmental and climate programs. I just maybe mention one thing as a challenge in these environmental and climate programs, and this relates a bit, maybe a word of caution even, on how the European Union priorities and overall even international partners' priorities are being transformed in realities in partner countries. Because indeed these programs shall take into most thorough consideration the specifics of our countries. Maybe it's not that straightforward, the methods which will be applied in the European Union for Green Deal transformations, and the ones which we have to apply in our countries. We have to be cautious about sophistication of the programs, I would say, about of the programs. Particularly, we have now, again, even before the pandemic crisis, the situation was very difficult. There were no funds, basically, neither at the local level, nor at the national level, nor at the, even coming from our international partners, the funds were quite scarce. So we have to take this into account, moreover with the pandemic crisis, when the needs will be overwhelming and the needs will be very basic. One thing, that they will be overwhelming. Second, they will be very basic, because even the simplest public services and simplest infrastructure need to be improved, need to be repaired, need to be maintained, not even speaking about the upgrading of this infrastructure. And maybe too sophisticated or too, ambitious methods in doing that might not be bringing good results. Moreover, they might be quite bringing some inequality, or quite extensive inequality, if we do big projects in one municipality and all other municipalities will be left behind. But I will talk about this a bit later. And of course, we have to think about how these funds will be complemented with national resources, how they will be complemented by other European programs. It was said already today that might be some complementarity between Green Deal and the digitalization, which is another European Union priority for the future programming period. And also how this, the complementarity between European Union, again, I was mentioned already, between Green Deal and I mentioned already European External Investment Instrument, and also between Green Deal programs and national possibilities in this field. One point again, coming back to what I said previously about the projects in this field and in many other fields. In fact, what really happens now is that we have quite rare, even the mentioned program Mayors for Economic Growth, but many others, Covenant of Mayors, many other programs. We have 1-2 big projects per country, not even every year. Well, sometimes 3, okay, maybe, but not even every year. And half of these projects are soft interventions. And only half of them are investments in infrastructure, which is the most important part, these investments in infrastructure. So the money we really spend are extraordinarily small, but they are covering a very small territory. It's 1 municipality, 2 municipalities, in rare cases 3 municipalities, and not even every year, while all the other municipalities are not receiving any money. And normally it's are the biggest municipalities which are implementing these projects, while smaller municipalities where needs are much more quite often, or much bigger, and which have huge social problems, they don't receive any funding. And this is, of course, not correct and not even fair. So we have to think about how these projects cover as wide a territory as possible, how the projects and programs within green economy interventions, within environmental and climate interventions, not serve just 1 municipality per year or per 2 years, per 3 years, but with the funds, like, for example, with recent projects of European Union regional big global program for local governments, where projects were 5 million euro, you can do a lot on the entire territory of Moldova, even spread equally for 100 municipalities. You can do wonderful things, not just spending 5 million euro in 1 municipality and all the rest of the country is not getting any funds. So this would be important, of course, to bear in mind this aspect when we are planning the future interventions. This would be quite a challenge, and of course, to construe the proper interventions under the Green Deal, under the environmental and climate sector, environmental and climate programs. We shall definitely, or it will be a very good idea to consult the local governments associations beforehand. Moreover, that we have now these very good instructions from the DG DEFCO, and I understand DG NIR joined them very much to the EU delegations in organizing the straightforward structural consultations with local governments associations in each and every country. And of course, programming or planning of such an important and such a big interventions like Green Deal and green economy, that certainly shall be discussed with the local governments associations in order to make these programs optimal for each and every country and adjusted to each and every country, because the priorities within the Eastern Partnership countries also might be different. And of course, at the level of Brussels, European Commission, DG NIR, DG DEFCO, they always have our good friends, the PLATFORMA and CEMR, where they might consult, who gather actually a lot of feedback, or very active in Eastern Partnership and gather a lot of feedback, both from associations and from municipalities, and from PLATFORMA members who contribute significantly to who might contribute significantly to the improvement, or let's say to consolidated effects of these interventions. I think that's about everything I wanted to mention. And thank you very much for your attention. We'll be happy to answer questions shall they arise. Thank you very much.
Paldies, Aleksandru. Es domāju, ka jautājumi radīsies, bet ņemot vērā situāciju, ir viens jautājums, ko Sandra Šķilta uzdod Gunāram Ansiņam. Mēs zinām, ka Gunāram ir jāpārslēdzās uz citu kanālu atkal un jādarbojās citās lietās. Tātad tas jautājums ir tāds, vai zaļās lietas, zaļais kurs nerezultēsies dārgākos tarifos un izmaksās patērētājiem?
Es šeit gribētu teikt tā, ka, protams, mēs vienmēr esam domājuši un uzdevuši katrs sev jautājumu, cik zaļš ir zaļš. Un katrai valstī un katrai pilsētē un katram reģionam pienāk tas brīdis, kad ir jāatsakās no fosilēmiem kurināmiem un lēnām jāvirzās uz atjaunojamiem resursiem. Piemēram, ja es atceros savu pilsētu pirms vairākiem gadu desmitiem, pilsētas siltumapgāde tika nodrošināta par ļoti dārgu tarifu, jo infrastruktūra vienkārši nebija gatava. Caurules slīka notekūdeņos, ēkas bija energo mazefektīvas, un, protams, tas viss rada izmaksas. Šodien mēs esam pārstrukturizējuši Liepājas siltumapgādi par vienu no uzņēmumiem, kas maksā arī dividendes pilsētā. Tas nozīmē, par iegūstamiem finanšu resursiem mēs spējam atdot šos resursus atpakaļ iedzīvotājiem, lai tie spētu siltināt ēkas un labiekārtot pagalmus. Viss jautājuma pamats ir energoefektivitāte, kam jābūt pirmajā vietā. Un tālāk jau katrai pilsētai un katrai valstī ir jāspēj izrēķināt, kāds no modeļiem darbojās visefektīvāk. Jo es pilnīgi saprotu tās diskusijas, kādas ir, piemēram, arī Latvijā, kāpēc mums būtu jāizliedz kamīnā dedzināt malku. To ir darījusi Latvijas vēsturē daudzus gadus desmit, to dara Somijā, to dara Dānijā, to dara Zviedrijā. Bet tajā pašā laikā mums ir ļoti rūpīgi jāpārdomā par to, kādas izmešas mēs redzam Liepājas pilsētas ielās, kādas izmešas mēs redzam Eiropas Savienības pilsētu ielās. Un tad ir jāuzdod sev jautājums, vai mēs gribam redzēt šādu pilsētu ar daudz skursteņiem, vai negribam. Tas, ko es redzu, ka vairāk vai mazāk pilsētas vēlas būt vidē draudzīgākas. Un, protams, tās ir investīcijas, ar kurām jārēķinās. Bet izmantojot moderni, sinhronizējot dažādus elektroapgādes veidus, mēs visi esam ieguvēji. Vai traucē kādam tas, kad uz mājas jumtiem ir saules paneļi? Es domāju, ka nē. Un tā ir tā būtiskākā, manuprāt, sākumā domāšanas jautājums. Un beidzot ir investīcija jautājums.
Paldies, Gunār, par atbildi. Tad mēs varam turpināt tālāk mūsu paneļa diskusiju, un es gribētu aicināt Sandro Sordi, Gruzijas Zugdidi pašvaldības domes deputātu, dalīties viņa domās par zaļā kursa ārējām aktivitātēm. Lūdzu, Sandro.
First of all, I would like to greet the Latvian Association of Local and Regional Authorities, PLATFORMA and CEMR, and to thank them for organizing and inviting me in such an important forum. My name is Sandro Sordia, as you mentioned. I am an elected representative of Zugdidi Municipal Council located in Georgia. Ozurgeti is a distinguished city with its diverse potential in politics, economic, tourism, and many other similar fields. Ozurgeti has a very important political function throughout the country as it represents the municipality bordering occupied Abkhazia. For us, for Georgian local political actors, it is very important to have this kind of dialogue and opportunities to meet and to exchange views with European institutions, local policymakers from European Union and Eastern Europe communities in order to reach out wider communities and to share experience among them. Implementation of the green politics is one of the priority areas for the Georgian government and Georgian municipalities. In January 2020, Georgian government established the Climate Change Council under the framework of the Covenant of Mayors was initiated the coordination platform of municipal development, so-called Mayors Club, which serves as an advisory body to the Climate Change Council. The creation of the Climate Change Council enhances the role of the signatory municipalities in the process of fulfilling the international obligations of the state and allows the signatories to communicate directly with the top officials of the executive branch of the country about their challenges and successes. In March 2020, the mayor of Ozurgeti municipality signed the Covenant of Mayors on Climate and Energy Efficiency. With the signatures, the municipality undertakes the responsibility to reduce at least 30% of CO2 or other greenhouse gas emission from its territory by 2030. Improve the resilience of the municipality through energy efficiency and renewable energy measures, as well as by the adoption of the effects of climate change. And to achieve above mentioned goals, the municipality had undertaken the responsibility to implement the following measures. First, to prepare the inventories of the baseline emission and assess climate change risks and vulnerabilities. The second, by 2022, to submit a sustainable energy and climate action plan and to outline climate change mitigation and adoption measures in relevant local policy and strategy documents. Third is to prepare reports every 2 years after the presentation of the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan in order to assess and monitor to implementation of the plan. And the last one, to share vision, achievements, knowledge and experience with the representatives of local and regional authorities, as well as with the European Union and beyond, through the exchange of information and direct cooperation. Today, in terms of eco-friendly policy, various important transport or infrastructure measures are being implemented in my municipality, in Ozurgeti municipality. For instance, that is, the municipal vehicle fleet is being replaced by Euro 5 buses, ensuring the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. Second one is that water and sewerage works are also being carried out throughout the city, which with the help of the water treatment plant will create the renewable energy resources. Also, outdoor lights system installed in the municipality are fully adapted to energy efficiency requirements. Regarding future action, we would like to develop municipal waste management plan, and also we would like to ensure that preschool facilities are energy efficient for years to come. We will be happy to work on those issues with our European partners who have very rich experience in this area. We should also mention that the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, which significantly changed the municipal life in Georgia, as well in Ozurgeti municipality. The restrictions imposed during the epidemic especially reflected on mode of transportation, which showed us that the necessity of the development of bicycle transport in our municipality was very important, is very important. The development bicycle mobility will significantly contribute to improve air quality, which is directly related to the reduction of motor emission in order to transform Ozurgeti into the velo-friendly city. Municipality have been in touch with the Kingdom of Netherlands, and we express our needs to work with other European partners to share best practice and achieve our goals. To conclude, I would like to inform you about my personal initiative called Green Budget, which I'm implementing in my municipality with the support of my colleagues. Active citizens of our municipality create initiative groups and to submit ideas to the municipality on creation of mini recreation zones in the municipality for which the budget allocations are foreseen. The main value of this project is inclusive approaches along with the improvement of ecological condition. It should be noted that today the green budget is popular in Ozurgeti municipality, and the level of citizens' involvement is quite high. And at the end of this speech, I would like once again express my gratitude toward the organizers of the forum and the parties involved in it, and hope that through joint cooperation with the strengthening sectoral approaches and sharing practice, we can all together create much healthier environment for future generation. Thank you for your attention.
Paldies, Sandra.
Paldies.
Un šajā mirklī mēs esam nonākuši līdz jautājumu sadaļai. Un tātad es saprotu, ka mums ir čatā diskusija telpā jautājumi. Jā, tātad Eltons Štafa vēlās uzdot jautājumu.
No, thank you. No, I don't have, I didn't raise the hand.
So, Elton, nē, jautājums nebūs. Tā es saprotu. Okay. Mēs visi mācāmies jaunajā normalitātē sadzīvot ar tehnoloģijām, un dažkārt gadās arī mazi misēkļi. Tas ir tik normāli mums cilvēkiem. Tā gadās. Jā, bet ir jautājums, ko es gribētu uzdot, jo, protams, es zinu, ka Marku ir ne tikai Eiropas Savienības reģiona komitejas viceprezidents, bet viņš ir arī mācību spēks Aalto universitātē. Un tas mans jautājums ir tāds: Marku, vai lūdzu jūs varētu padalīties ar savu pieredzi, kā varētu veicināt pašvaldību, akadēmiķu un uzņēmēju sadarbību tās jaunās normalitātes ieviešanā? Jo ir pilnīgi skaidrs, ka pēc Covida dzīve būs pilnīgi savādāka nekā bija pirms. Varbūt jums ir kādas idejas, Marku?
Okay, thank you. Just to be precise, I'm not a professor at the university. I have a long history with the university. In the past, I was long time as well the director for lifelong learning and professional development. So big organization inside the Helsinki University of Technology and Aalto, but I've been in the politics part of my life all the time. So to your question, I think that the two major things, so that within the university as well, we can organize, especially now with the hybrid time, we can have more and more of the hackathons, or we can organize when the COVID is not there, so these innovation camps and so on, so that we have people with different backgrounds, but especially young students and researchers participating. And then we have people from the industry bringing there. And we've organized a huge, let's say, events with several hundreds or even thousands of participants. So young people creating new solutions. So they learn by doing these kind of things. And practically around 10 years ago, when we started Aalto University as the merger of three old functioning university, technology, business, and art and design. So one of the targets was to encourage young people to move more towards entrepreneurship. And we cannot do that by giving lectures. We need to give the young people to do that or much on their own. So we send small groups of them to Silicon Valley and then back. So what did you learn there? How would you apply here at our university? We gave the young students a special premises, a building where they can organize their startup activities, as they started to call it. It's not anymore a venture garage, it's a startup sauna. We organize a special design factory with the hands-on activities with students and researchers from different disciplines. So students have taken a strong role on creating this mentality, what then became the slush, and now the student-driven foundation is totally organizing those slush activities, hundreds or thousands participants, not only in Finland, but globally as well. And I think that they created, they want that, young people especially, they want to create that for themselves. If I take an example of Latvia, in several of my, let's say, visits in Riga, so always the media has been asking that what can be done to stop the brain drain. And I think one of the key is there you start on building your own community, strong research, but link that to innovation and create new businesses there. And so that it's valuable for young people. If they go abroad to study, then they come back. They want to contribute where their friends, where their roots are. And I think this is really helping. And on that, this what I had the example in my presentation slides. This Baltic Sea region startup. That was a good example how we can do this. And their main methodology before the COVID was really organizing this local innovation camps. So have local people to learn from the others, write down, find new solutions. And I think this is the change of the mentality, and that's the key, the change in mentality, that we have older people, we have a lot of good experience. We know what is the best, but we should not try to do that by lecturing and convincing that only, but let's give the younger people to invent their own future, but we can help a lot on that. Thank you.
Paldies, Marku. Pat ja jūs neesat universitātes profesors, bet ja jūs būtu, es pieļauju, jūs būtu mans populārākais profesors, un es labprāt gribētu klausīties visas lekcijas, ko jūs lasītu. Bet es saprotu, ka Zoomā ir pacelta rociņa, un Aleksandru Asatse grib kaut ko teikt vai komentēt. Tā ir, Aleksandru?
Yes, thank you very much. I actually forgot to mention one very important thing which we all shall consider. It does refer certainly to the green policies, since those are, as I said, quite sophisticated ones, but also to actually all the programs and projects of the European Union and of all our international partners. And I'm referring to the issue of of the programs and projects procedures, such as co-financing, project co-financing, project language, selection procedures, and probably also micromanagement. It seems to be overly recognized by the Commission as well. We had several meetings at the very high level, like one of them with Ms. Corina Crețu when she was yet the head of the DG Commissioner, actually, European Commissioner. And now she is a member of the European Parliament. And she also did recognize that there are significant problems, particularly on the size of the language, which is too complicated, too sophisticated for the understanding in our countries. And very few people master this language. And this leads that that all these programs and projects finally boil down to the writing by some externally outsourced subcontractors, which cost local authorities, but the civil society as well, huge money without any guarantees of winning these projects, because the competition is huge, projects are very little. And it doesn't contribute also to the connection between local authorities and the population and the people. Quite often local authorities have to orient more on the international partners and on the donors than they have to orient on their own people, because people don't understand this language. I think we should really do something on that, particularly now, and co-financing above all, because now under the pandemic, even before pandemic, it was a huge problem. Very few cities or very few towns could have managed this co-financing. And it's always the same towns which apply and win the contracts. It's again the issue of who is implementing these projects, how equally this is spread over the territory. But now after the pandemic crisis, I fear not even capital cities will be able to co-finance really these projects. And we have to really take it seriously, very, very seriously, this issue, because it's really it is not at all that straightforward. The co-financing creates bigger ownership. If we look at many of the examples, at least at the level of local authorities, certainly not. But there are many issues there. We can discuss this from the conceptual point of view. But what I want to raise attention is to the procedural aspect, which are significantly, and which will be even more downgrading the local government's capacities to participate and to implement the projects. Thank you.
Paldies, Aleksandru, par jūsu faktiski bažām un ieteikumiem pievērst uzmanību procedūru jautājumiem, kas ir ļoti svarīgi, neapšaubāmi, lai mēs spētu, tad pašvaldības spētu maksimāli arī sniegt savu ieguldījumu Eiropas zaļajā kursā. Mūsu programmā mēs esam nonākuši līdz tam mirklim, kad mums ir neliels 5 minūšu pārtraukums, un pārtraukumā, protams, cienījamie klausītāji un skatītāji, neskatoties uz to, ka jūs paķersiet savus kafijas krūzus un tējas tases, tomēr es jūs aicinātu ar vienu aci paskatīties fantastisku video par kuldīgas pieredzi sadarbībā ar austrumpartnerības partneriem. Savukārt, es būšu atpakaļ tieši pēc 5 minūtēm un aicinu arī jūs būt atpakaļ pēc 5 minūtēm. Paldies, uz mirklīti!
Labdien! Mani sauc Artis. Mums kuldīzniekiem katram ir savs mērķis un savi plāni, bet mēs visi esam vienoti austrumu partnerības politikas mērķiem.
Mēs esam vienoti atbildīgām iestādēm, tiesiskumam un drošībai.
Vienoti noturīgai digitālajai pārveidei.
Vienoti vides un klimata jomās.
Vienoti noturīgai un iekļaujošai sabiedrībai.
Vienoti noturīgai, ilgtspējīgai ekonomikai un kultūrai.
Pastāstīšu jums par ilgtspējīgas attīstības piemēru Kuldīgas novada pašvaldībā. Tā kā Kuldīgā, līdzīgi kā daudz viet Latvijā, iedzīvotāju skaits sarūk, tad plānojot savu attīstību, mēs ļoti to ievērtējam un nevis cenšamies būvēt jaunas ēkas, bet sakārtot esošo vidi, kas mums ir blakus. Un šādi piemēri Kuldīgā ir vairāki. Piemēram, vecā pamestā sinagogā tika izveidot biblioteka un mākslas nams un atdzīvojās vesels kvartāls. Bijušajā Vācu biedrības namā tika ierīkots peldbaseins un arī sakārtot sporta zāle. Šobrīd plānojam atjaunot bijušo Latviešu biedrības namu, kurā darbosies Kuldīgas kultūras centrs, un tādējādi Kuldīgas vecpilsēta iegūst sakārtotu un cilvēkiem draudzīgu vidi, kur arī jebkuram iedzīvotājiem daudz labprātāk patīk uzturēties un arī dzīvot. Un mēs arī redzam, ka praksē tas īstenojās un cilvēki vairāk izvēlas dzīvot tieši šādā vidē.
Kuldīgas novada pašvaldībā mēs ļoti daudz domājam par digitālo attīstību. Šobrīd esam ieviesuši jaunu aplikāciju, kas motivē darbinieku strādāt labāk, kas sauc Spiro, kur katrs var sūtīt digitālās naudiņas kolēģim par labi izdarītu darbu. Tāpat aktīvi Kuldīgas novada pašvaldība saviem darbiniekiem māca par digitālajām prasmēm. Pie mums brauc dažādi eksperti, kas māca jaunākās tendences. Aktīvi izmantojam sociālos tīklus un cenšamies mūsu iedzīvotājus aizsniegt digitālajā vidē.
Es piedalījos Eiropas solidaritātes projektā, kur mērķis bija veicināt sabiedrības ilgtspējīgu rīcību, samazinot atkritumu patēriņu Latvijā.
Mums pirmiem izdevās sarīkot Kuldīgas ielu mākslas festivālu, kas bija inovatīvs ar jaunām metodēm un apgleznoja jaunās pilsētas neglītās mājas. Un līdzīgi ir īstenots arī dažādas citas akcijas.
Vēlos izcelt Kuldīgas novada amatnieku un uzņēmēju goda balvu, kuras laikā uzņēmējiem teikts milzīgs paldies par viņu darbu, kā arī skrējiens izskrien Latviju Kuldīgā. 4. maijā dalībnieki skrien pa Kuldīgas ieliņām, galā veidojot Latvijas kontūru.
Tie bija mūsu Kuldīgas stāsti, bet katru nākamo variet rakstīt arī jūs paši Moldovā, Gruzijā vai citā austrumu partnerības valstī.
sveikt fóruma dalībnieki pēc mazas un intensīvas pauzītes. Aicinu visus atpakaļ, iekārtoties ērtāk datora ekrāna priekšā, uzlikt austiņas un koncentrēties uz otro paneļa diskusiju. Otrā paneļa diskusija mums ir veltīta publisko reformu un ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķu pārunāšanai. Un šo diskusijas vadības grožus es gribētu nodot Latvijas pašvaldības savienības ģenerālsekretārs Mudītes Priedes rokās. Lūdzu, Mudīt.
Paldies, Iveta. Cienījamie kolēģi Latvijā un cienījamie kolēģi sadarbības valstīs. Man ir patiesas prieks jūs šodien redzēt šeit, bet, protams, man ir arī mazliet skumji, jo es ļoti labprāt vēlētos jūs visus redzēt klātienē, apskaut un teikt kādu labu uzmundrinošu vārdu. Taču paldies jums visiem! Ir jau pagājuši 5 gadi, kopš apvienoto nāciju ģenerālajā asamblejā pieņēma ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķu programmu 2030. Tā nosaka 17 ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķus un 169 apakšmērķus, kas sasniedzami, lai pasaulē mazinātos nabadzība un pasaules attīstība būtu ilgtspējīga. Pašvaldības ir viens no nozīmīgākajiem mērķu ieviesējiem, jo aptuveni 65% no 169 mērķiem nevar tikt sasniegti bez pienācīgas vietējo un reģionālo pašvaldību iesaistes. Pašvaldības ir arī vistuvāk iedzīvotājiem. Tādēļ mērķu teritoriālā dimensija ir ļoti, ļoti nozīmīga. Un tāpēc arī Latvijas pašvaldības savienība uzreiz uzsāka informatīvo kampaņu ar Latvijas pašvaldībām, iesaistījās nacionālā līmeņa koordinācijas grupā un dažādās starptautiskajās institūcijās. Pateicoties platformas projektam, mēs organizējām virkni konferenču, semināru ar mērķi dalīties labās prakses piemēros un kopīgi strādājām pie mērķu ieviešanas. Organizējot dažādu veidu aktivitātes, mēs īpaši uzsvaru likām uz jauniešu iesaisti, ko arī jau arī mūsu priekšsēdis Gints Kaminskis pieminēja. Šīs dienas formā esam uzaicinājuši dalīties pieredzē kolēģis. Un viens no mūsu fóruma sadarbības partneriem ir Ziemeļvalstu ministru padomes birojas Latvijā, ar kura atbalstu mums bija iespēja iepazīties ar Ziemeļvalstu pieredzi. Un sevišķi mūs uzrunāja Norvēģijas pieredzi. Kā ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķi tiek integrēti jauni izveidojamo reģionu plānošanas dokumentu izstrādes gaitā. Un man ir patiesi prieks dot vārdu Līne Begbī, Weekend pašvaldības padomniecei ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķu jautājumos. Lūdzu, Līne.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored to be here in this meeting with you today. My colleague Göril was together with you in 2019 to talk about how the not yet formed Viken County then would start to work on SDGs. And I'm very happy to now be here to talk to you about how we now have started to work on it. So let me see if I can share my screen here. Yeah. So I just want to start a bit to talk about what Viken County is. So Viken is the most populous county in Norway. 23.4% of the Norwegian population lives in the county of Viken, and the county is the level between the state and or the country and the municipalities. And we have 51 municipalities in Viken County. In 2018, it was decided to have a regional reform, and Viken is the merger of 3 former counties, and we entered into force on January 1st on 2020. So Viken County hasn't even existed for a year yet. The new county mandate came from the Ministry of Municipalities and Modernization, and counties are supposed now to be service provider, regional planning authority, to have a strong regional development role, both with regards to strategy, coordination, and mobilization. And SDGs is supposed to be a guiding principle for municipal and county planning. For Viken, there was a strong local political decision already in October 2018 that the SDGs should be the basis for everything the Viken County administration does. And we want the SDGs to be part of the new Viken identity. It's not so easy to form an identity from 3 former counties into a new one. As already has been mentioned, as many as 2/3 of the SDGs cannot be met without the active participation of local and regional governments. But as we discovered, there is actually quite little guidance to counties and municipalities from national or international levels on how practically to work on the SDGs in the budgets, in the plans, in implementation, and in collaborations. So one of the first steps was that we joined as one of 8 pilots in the OECD project a territorial approach to the SDGs. The next thing we did was to create a quite extensive knowledge base to find out what the status is for all the 17 SDGs in Viken County. And it has provided us a really useful insight based on statistics, but we also see that for regional and municipal levels, there is a lot of statistics which is lacking. So that is a challenge in the way forward. But it has provided us a snapshot with where we are and where we need to go and what challenges we need to tackle. As part of Norway, Viken is very well off in terms of many of the SDGs. In many of the UN Human Development Index reports, we are at the top on several of the SDGs. But we have some very big challenges when it comes to responsible consumption and production, climate action, and issues regarding environmental and climate change actions to take. So in Viken, we have decided to have a foundation of 2 SDG models. The one on the left is the wedding cake model by Stockholm Resilience Center, where we can see that the biosphere or the climate and nature aspect of the SDGs is at the core, at the bottom for everything, for having social and economic sustainability. It's not to say that social and economic sustainability is not important, but it has to take into consideration the environmental crisis we are in. So everything we do, it has to happen within the planetary boundaries. The other aspect, which is shown on the right side, it's a model which comes from the Future is Now report by the UN, which was presented in 2019. It looked at how we cannot pick and choose SDGs to focus on, because if we focus too much on one goal, we might negatively impact others. And we have to see how complex issues and wicked problems demand solutions and collaborations between many different levels. And in this model, they also pointed out how, for example, the public sector, which is used to work in silos many times, can address all the 17 SDGs by working in this model, where we have the 6 downward columns. We have human well-being and capabilities, sustainable and just economies, sustainable food system and health and nutrition, energy, decarbonization and universal access, urban and peri-urban development, and global environmental commons. And horizontally, we have 4 levels. We have the governance, we have economy and finance, individual and collective action, and science and technology. So by working in this model, by integrating everything in overlapping areas, we aim to address all the 17 SDGs in this matter. And the goal also for this model, which was highlighted in the UN report, is that we have to work transformatively. We have to go for the big leaping changes if we want to reach the SDGs. So for the regional planning strategy, which is kind of the strategy of all strategies at the regional county level, we had an extremely consultative process which started earlier this year and which is now reaching conclusion. The regional planning strategy is the only document that county levels need to have per national law, and this is per the national planning law. And the SDGs has been set as a framework and foundation for our regional planning strategy. We had an extensive consultative process planned to include the whole Viken society in developing the main strategy. Then COVID-19 came, so we were able to have less consultation than we hoped for, but still we had 59 meetings in total. So we talked to our 51 municipalities, civil society organizations, the private sector, academia, youth, and even children. And here on the right side, you can see an example of a drawing from a 10-year-old child who was part of the consultative process. We had a tour bus planned for 40 locations and events, including student festivals, and to really talk to the people who normally aren't part of these types of processes. And we had quite a big webinar. So the result of all this process was this model, which is the foundation for our regional planning strategy, which I like to call the diamond model. So in the middle, you see the 5 long-term goals, which is based on the 5 UN areas in Agenda 2030. We have people, peace, planet, prosperity, and partnership. And around we have 6 entry points which start the action of what we need to do in Viken County, which are the 6 vertical lines which you saw in the matrix earlier, and the 4 levels. We also decided that below this overlapping main document of a regional planning strategy, we will have 3 regional plans, which is quite a change from the multitude of regional thematic plans we had earlier, because we see that too many regional plans is confusing for our citizens and our municipalities, and it is not really useful to have so many siloed plans. So instead we will have 3 interconnected plans: increased quality of life with equal worth and participation, competencies and growth which look at education and business areas, for example, and land use and mobility. In addition, throughout these 3 regional plans, we will have 3 cross-cutting themes, not separate plans, but cross-cutting themes: climate and environment, public health, and collaboration. So this is quite a new way of thinking of regional plans in Norway. So the challenge now is how to change the organizational identity and ways of working from 3 counties to 1, how to work holistically with cross-sectorial and overlapping areas in an organization where structures and systems are based on silos and vertical lines management, as is the classical setup for organizations, publicly at least, and how to work with 51 municipalities of a very different sizes, priorities, and resources. Some of our municipalities are way ahead of us on SDGs work, while others have barely 1 resource person to work on SDGs. So there is a wide variety on what they are capable of doing, and how to create useful partnerships to achieve sustainable development. Well, we have started, but there is a long way to go. So as you have seen, SDGs is the foundation for our plans and coming strategies and plans of actions. We have started now to integrate this structure in our budget for 2021, but we still have to work on to decide how to include SDGs in the systems for steering and monitoring. And SDGs are integrated in our internal mandatory introductory e-learning for all new staff and leadership trainings, with an emphasis on cross-sectoral and holistic work. We also have an extensive e-learning on practical use for SDGs for our staff in 2021, where we will look at practical tools and methods. And we have an internal SDG network established with representatives from all parts of the county administration. And we have started to develop practical tools and methods for cross-sectoral work and identification of conflicts between the goals. And this can also be used for municipalities and research institutions. And we are working with them to develop this. With our municipalities and existing partnerships, we are building on these collaborations and networks from the three previous counties to include more focus on the SDGs. For example, a climate partnership network and regional collaborations for municipalities. And what we see is, of course, that one size does not fit all. We must accept various approaches based on who we are working with. And we are also participating in national initiatives to create local educators for county and municipal levels. But there is still much work to do. So to sum up, Viken has chosen a holistic and cross-sectoral approach to our SDG work. We have a broad and diverse participation internally and from the public, which is central for mobilization and ownership. We are in the process to find out how to work within traditionally sectoral organizational structures and systems, and we see that no one size fits all, and there is no transformation possible without partnerships. So that's where we are now, going through this very quickly, and thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hear your questions afterwards. So thank you for now.
Līna, tiešām liels sirsnīgs paldies par jūsu prezentāciju, un tas darbs, ko jūs esat veikuši, ir ļoti, ļoti vērtīgs, un patiesi abrīnoju to, ka arī šajā sarežģītajā pandēmijas situācijā jūs spējāt iesaistīt iedzīvotājus tik efektīgi un norganizējāt tik daudz tikšanās un pielietojāt dažādus instrumentus, lai uzklausītu, uzzinātu iedzīvotāju viedokli, un tas ir tas, kas ir ļoti nozīmīgi pie dokumentu izstrādes, tiešām iesaistīt iedzīvotājus un uzklausīt viņu viedokli. Tā kā liels jums paldies, un es ļoti ceru, ka situācija uzlabosies, mēs vēl varēsim arī mācīties no jums daudz, jo mums ir paredzēts arī vizīte uz Norvēģiju. Paldies jums! Un Latvijas pašvaldības savienība ļoti lepojās ar savām pašvaldībām Latvijas un ar viņu aktīvo iesaisti ilgspējīgas attīstības mērķu ieviešanā. Un kā labās prakses piemēru, šodien vēlamies prezentēt Rīgas pilsētu, kura aktīvi iesaistās mērķu īstenošanā visos līmeņos. Un jau daudzos nacionālos un starptautiskajos pasākumos dalījusies ar pilsētas pieredzi un saņēmusi augstu novērtējumu kolēģi vidū. Un man šodien ir patiesas prieks dot vārdu Jurijam Grizānam, Rīgas pilsētas attīstības departamenta galvenajam projektu vadītājam. Lūdzu.
Jā, paldies, Mudīte. Greeting dear participants of the forum. My name is Jurijs Grizāns and I work as Senior Project Manager in Riga City Council City Development Department, and it's my pleasure to be here today and to present you experience of the City of Riga with implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. And within my presentation, I would like to focus your attention to City of Riga actions for the support of implementation of Sustainable Development Goals and, of course, to the measure steps taken by the City of Riga for implementing Sustainable Development Goals. And let's start with the first one. What are these main actions of City of Riga for implementation of Sustainable Development Goals? It's necessary to mention that City of Riga has a long history of working on sustainability issues. Already in 2004, the City of Riga has signed the Charter of European Sustainable Cities and Towns towards Sustainability. In 2008, to support implementation of the European Union greenhouse gas reduction target, Riga committed to the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. Last year, in 2019, the City of Riga joined 210 European cities call for a more sustainable and equitable European future. And this year, in October, the City of Riga has joined 58 cities across Europe to call the Council of the European Union for a revision of the European Union 2030 energy and climate targets. But of course, it's necessary to mention the City of Riga is actively working towards Sustainable Development Goals implementation, not only at the international level, but also at the local level as well. And this action sure is based on the day-to-day activities and projects. And I would like to present some of them from our recent past, from the last month and also from this month as well. So to contribute to the biodiversity and ecosystem services, municipality has started to plant 123 saplings and 2,433 shrubs at Krasta Street. To improve energy efficiency in urban area, 37 new lighting pillars and 40 new LED lights were installed at Edgars Street. To contribute to the lake ecosystem resources, around 4,000 young pikes were stocked into the urban lake Jugla. And to teach kids about environment protection, every fall Riga City Zoo organizes oak acorns collection competition, and the main prize is a free guided tour to Riga Zoo. This year, more than 11,000 preschool students and pupils collected 21,580 kilograms of oak acorns for animals and insects in Riga Zoo. So it's just some examples. In my second part of presentation, I would like to present these main steps and tools that we are using to link activities at the international level and at the local level, how to implement sustainable development goals. And as a starting point and also as the main tools for the localizing sustainable development goals are two spatial development planning documents. This is a sustainable development strategy of Riga until 2030, a long-term spatial development planning document for the city of Riga, and the development program of Riga for 2014-2020 is a document reflecting the actions of the municipality for a period of 7 years. And the program is a set of 19 actions, 187 indicators and 112 tasks. Of course, it's necessary to mention that now we elaborate a new development program of Riga for the period 2021-2027. And there are 4 main basic steps that we use for implementing sustainable development goals. So, step number 1, and it's raising awareness for sustainable development goals. To promote stakeholder understandings, the sustainable development goals, since 2018, when Riga started to elaborate and to design a new development program, we have implemented the following stakeholder engagement activities. Public sector and non-governmental organization workshop on the way to the joint. The main aim of the workshop was to look for ways to match and to balance different wants and different needs for the development of the jointly to form Riga in 2027, in which everyone would like to live, to work and to rest. The second one was Riga City Residents online and offline survey. And it was available for completion both physically at 5 locations of Riga City Council Recruitment Center and also electronically as well. And more than 2,000 respondents help us to identify key development priorities to be addressed in the next planning period for the city of Riga. The next one was Riga Young People Urban Planning Forum, Runāt Riga, to talk Riga. The forum provided an opportunity for 70 young people to participate in the planning process of the city, to share their opinion and also to present their solution for the future of the city of Riga. The last one, thematic working groups, to compile and systemize the data, opinion and also solutions collected so far. City Development Department has organized 9 thematic working groups, and so representatives of Riga City municipalities, state institutions, non-governmental organizations come together and to work together in order to design and to develop a new priorities for development program, in order to identify and design tasks, actions, projects, responsibilities for the future period. The next step is step number 2, establishing a local sustainable development goals agenda. And first, to highlight the links between sustainable development goals and Riga City local development planning activities. And from the second part, to promote stakeholders' understanding of Riga City contribution to the sustainable development goals implementation, an integrated 6 levels development planning system has been designed and included in the draft on the development Development Program of Riga for 2021-2027. And this approach also helped us to adjust sustainable development goals to the local context, and together with the stakeholders, it was possible to find out and to prioritize 16 of 17 sustainable development goals that new development program of Riga will focus. The step number 3 is planning and the implementation of sustainable development goals. So planning the implementation of sustainable development goals, we realize that also as many other cities, also Riga face new challenges. For example, COVID-19, climate change, digitalization, circular economy, and etc. At the same time, City of Riga focus a great attention on the European Green Deal, on sustainable development strategy of Latvia until 2030. Riga City also actively implement preparation work for the 2021-2027 planning period. And therefore, we have tried to link together 9 priorities of new development program, 4 long-term development objectives of the City of Riga, and 16 prioritized sustainable development goals. And we have designed and organized it in a form of a goal-based planning set, as you can see on the slide. All information is organized in a 4 column. The first column presents Riga City Development 9 priorities for a new period. The second column shows the contribution of the Riga City Development priorities into the implementation of 4 long-term development objectives of the city defined in the city strategy. The third column indicates the contribution of the city and its priorities into sustainable development goals. And the fourth column summarizes other thematically linked European Union, national, regional, and local development planning documents. And the last step, number 4, monitoring and evaluation. Riga City Development Monitoring and Evaluation is a city-level multi-stakeholder process, and totally it's around 29 structural units and institutions of Riga City Municipality every year participate in this process. And City Development Department is responsible for the general management of this process. And this process consists of 3 steps: data collection and internal assessment, data external assessment, and reporting. And all data collected within these 3 steps are summarized in a progress report, implementation progress report of Sustainable Development Strategy and Development Program of Riga. And this year we have added to this progress report a new section with the name Evaluation of the Implementation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in the City of Riga. And there are 2 reasons or 2 functions of this new section. First of all, we would like to raise the awareness of users and readers of this report, both internal and their councillors, staff of Riga City Council, structural units and institutions, external as well, Riga City residents, researchers, students, non-governmental organizations, mass media, etc. Therefore, we have included a brief introduction to this section. What are sustainable development goals? Why do we need sustainable development goals? What are sustainable development goals logo? And the basic description. This is the first function. And the second function of this section is to help users and readers of the report to understand better the link between sustainable development goals and Riga City spatial development planning documents, these 4 long-term development objectives of the city, and to promote stakeholders' understanding of Riga City contribution with the help of these 19 action directions to the implementation of sustainable development goals. And finally, on the last slide of my presentation, I have summarized links to the information sources mentioned within my presentation. And of course, you are welcome to have a look and to learn more about Riga City experience. And finally, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Liels paldies, Jurij, par ļoti vērtīgo un interesanto Rīgas pilsētas pieredzi. Un es domāju, ka jautājumu un atbilžu daļā noteikti būs kāds jautājums. Bet tagad es gribētu runāt par Austrumu partnerības valstīm. Un es gribu teikt, ka kopš neatkarības atgūšanas starp Latvijas un Moldovas pašvaldībām nepārtraukti ir notikusi atbalstoša sadarbība. Un mēs esam lepni, ka kopīgi esam realizējuši patiesi daudz nozīmīgus projektus mūsu pašvaldību attīstībai. Un vienmēr tieši Moldovas vietējo pašvaldību kongress ir bijis mūsu visciešākais sadarbības partners. Un šodien man ir patiesa prieks dot vārdu kongresa izpildirektoram Viorelam Furdui, lai dalītos pieredzē par Moldovas pieredzi reformās, ilgspējīgas attīstības mērķu sasniegšanā un sadarbībā. Lūdzu, Viorel.
Thank you very much, Mudita. Dear colleagues, dear friends, from the beginning I would like to mention that Latvia and Riga has a very special place in our heart, and if you can see, also your flag is always here in calm. From the beginning, I would like to mention also about focus of my intervention, and I would like to focus in particular on role, on the importance or link between local democracy, decentralization, and public reform and implementation of SDGs. And I would like to start with following things. First of all, I would like to mention that in our opinion, in such countries like Moldova, and maybe for all countries from our region, it's very important that the European Charter of Local Self-Government to be recognized as a pan-European value. In fact, as a written and approved set of European, values. Thus, the Charter shall serve not only as the basis for local democracy, local autonomy, and local government reforms in the country, but in fact, shall be supported comprehensively by the international partners and first of all by EU, exactly as a pan-European value. Why we are mentioning about this? Because we are a little bit worried, maybe if it is a right word, that usually in Moldova, in our relationships with our partners, we can hear a lot of fighting anti-corruption, fighting for justice, human rights, so on and so on. But experience of Republic of Moldova showing very, very clear that lacking of element of decentralization of local democracy, it's a very important issue. And always, most of these reforms in other fields are not successful. Like an example, very good example is that Moldova from successful country, or from the beginning, success story countries very fast became a country with big troubles and problems in all fields, including on the field of democracy, economic and financial and so on. Next, we consider that European Charter, again, serving as a foundation for reforms, being a European value, is particularly important for our country, where huge, all dominating and often destructive tendencies of the centralized government are not allowing country to reform and to develop, putting all types of obstacles in each and every field, starting from, again, democracy, justice, and public administration, and ending with basically all sectors: water, waste, education, social protection, police, etc. Next aspect, important aspect, is that more than in local governance, the very implementation of SDGs is bound on the implementation of the Charter of Local Autonomy on the place and recognizing of place of decentralization. Therefore, decentralization of power as a global concept, as a transfer of power from the state to the people, to population, to local authorities, to civil society, to parliament, mass media, is the key, if not the single precondition for development and implementation of SDGs. In our opinion, it's very important to mention this because we can, again, on the basis of experience of Moldova, we have big experience to have good programs, good ideas, good plans, but unfortunately, implementation of these good ideas has a lot of obstacles. At the rest is bound on these key factors, as no public sector reforms and no innovation can happen in heavily centralized authoritarian society. Moreover, no attention is being paid in reality to development and SDGs, those being auxiliary priority in fight for heavily centralized power. Another thing, sometimes even our international partners within the development programs are coming with quite centralized solutions and approaches, for example, in such fields as justice, again, water, waste, regionalization, regional development, public procurement, etc. Such trends towards centralization are dangerous and ineffective everywhere, but particularly in the developing country, as these countries coming from authoritarian past are already on the edge of how much of centralization they can take. Bound on all these described factors above, in many countries, including in Eastern Partnership, we have a rather slow implementation of reform with delays, interruptions, with partial results, if at all no mentioning or formal mentioning of SDGs in national context. Thus, SDGs ownership is lacking and is being left far away from knowledge and understanding of the vast majority of population. In fact, public reforms represent the main tool or the main preconditions for implementation of SDGs. This is straightforward as working old-fashioned with obsolete public relations will never advance national development. Much worse, in that we have now the pandemic crisis, which is hitting already and will be hitting much more in the near future, triple economy, people, and society. Under the crisis conditions which already are negatively contributing to the implementation of SDGs, the lack of reforms will be detrimental and will bear all types of risks for democracy, human rights, justice, law, and order. No even mentioning standards of living and human lives. So finally, I would like to also to mention one important aspect is administrative territorial reform in the context of public reform. This issue also it's very discussable in our society, and we are very worried about this issue and would like to pay attention in that in our perspective, these reforms has to be taken in consideration very carefully. And in our opinion, for such kind of countries, in the Republic of Moldova, such kind of reforms which are made in very quick way by the night, how we are here we speaking about this. It's not that it could be not a sign for progress, but could be a sign of centralization, much more centralization, and reducing capacity of local authorities to implement, including SDGs goals. So we all have to think very carefully and not to be in hurry and to implement such kind of reforms. And the last thing also I would like to say or to mention that in our opinion, and we would like to have more understanding on this issue, the role of local public associations in the process of public reform has to be recognized at the highest level, and these signals has to come from all of our partners for our central governments, because again, Republic of Moldova has an experience, maybe not the best experience, when most of public administration reforms were not successful, even because of lacking some important aspects, elements, and we always try to, from the beginning, to make such kind of reforms. So this is main things I would like to mention, and thank you very much again for this possibility to discuss these issues.
Sirsnīgs paldies, VRL, par tavu viedokli, un es ļoti labi izprotu tavas izteiktās bažas un apsvērumus, jo patiešām šajā laikā mēs tiešām vairāk sākam visi virzīties centralizācijas virzienā, un tas nav tikai mūsu valstīs, tas ir pasaulē kopumā, un diemžēl arī šīs te pandēmijas laikā tiek pieņemti ļoti daudz sasteigti lēmumi, nekonsultējoties ar sabiedrību un nekonsultējoties ar pašvaldībām. Tādēļ es pilnībā piekrītu tavām izteiktajām bažām, un es uzskatu, ka mums asociācijām un pašvaldībām mums tiešām visiem kopīgi ir jāstrādā pie tā, lai mēs nepazaudētu demokrātijas vērtības, un mums ir jāpauž savs viedoklis gan nacionālajā līmenī, gan starptautiskajā, un tiešām jāstrādā pie tā, lai mūsu viedoklis arī tiktu uzklausīts, jo mums ir jāpārstāv savas pašvaldības, mums ir jāpārstāv savi iedzīvotāji. Paldies, Viorel, liels! Un kā noslēdzošajam paneļa dalībniekam, es vēlos dot vārdu mūsu kolēģiem no Dienvidaustrumu vietējo pašvaldību asociāciju tīkla un publiskās pārvaldes pētījumu tīkla Austrijā, kur ir veikuši ļoti nozīmīgu pētījumu par valsts pārvaldes reformām 3 austrumu partnerības valstīs. Un kādi tad ir galvenie pētījumi un ieteikumi? Es lūkšu dalīties mūsu kolēģis Eltonu Stafa kungu un Aleksandru Šantī kundzi. Lūdzu, kolēģi.
Thank you very much, Ms. Breed. I'll try to share my screen now. And I think it's working. Can you see my screen? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, very well.
Okay, great. So thank you again. It's a real pleasure to be with you here today. I would like to pick it up from where we left on how the local government associations and local governments, how we can support them, how we can support local governments and their associations to promote local democracy and improve governance in the Eastern Partnership countries. So from this perspective, it's a pleasure for me here to be here today and share with you the preliminary findings of a study that we have conducted together with the support of PLATFORMA. With the support of PLATFORMA and CEMR, and in partnership with 3 local government associations. So the Congress of Local Authorities from Moldova, the National Association of Local Authorities from Georgia, and the Ukrainian Association of Cities. So it's, I would like to thank all the 3 associations for the support that they have provided in the development of the studies, and at the same time I'd like to thank again also our colleagues from the KDZ, the Center for Public Administration Research, with whom we are working to develop a consolidated study that would provide a comprehensive regional analysis and some recommendations going forward. So the idea is really to be able to learn from the past and the experiences of these past 30 years of reforms and then be prepared for the future reforms. So from this perspective, I really hope that these studies will help the local government associations, or will help the advocacy work of the local government associations in each of the countries, will help to strengthen their positioning for intergovernmental dialogue for decentralization and local public administration reforms. And at the same time will also help to inform an open and inclusive dialogue and consultation on such important reforms, because without dialogue and consultations, we are back to where we were before 30 years ago, and then we certainly don't want to get back there again. So from this perspective, I would like just to thank again the associations for their support and great work. And I'll hand the floor to my colleague, Alexandra Santl from the KDZ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elton. I'm also very glad to be here, and very warm greetings from Vienna, although it's pretty cold outside, I need to admit. Yeah, and let me start with a brief look on the political, territorial, administrative organization. Maybe Elton, you can change the slide. From a territorial and administrative perspective, in terms of the number and size of local government units at the first or second level of local governance, the three countries are quite different from one another. Moldova is characterized by huge territorial fragmentation, while discussions for a territorial reform have been going on for quite some time. Ukraine, on the other hand, has recently performed a massive territorial and administrative reorganization, consolidating 11,700 local governments in about 1,500. It has also recently reformed the regional governments, both territorially and functionally. All three countries have a regional governmental level, but in Moldova and in the Ukraine, the executive bodies of such regional governments are mostly an extension of the national government, which of course raises significant issues of autonomy or overlapping responsibilities. To understand the status and development of local government reform, in particular from a regional comparative perspective, it is important to have a good understanding of the role of local government within the public sector. Also here we can see differences across countries in terms of what they are responsible for. I will not go through every country's responsibilities of local governments, but focusing on the responsibilities local governments perform in the social sector as the key differentiating factor. As it can be noticed in Moldova and in particular in Ukraine, local and regional governments have extensive responsibilities in providing public services, in particular in education, social protection, and healthcare, where they are responsible not only for the general maintenance of the facilities, but also for paying the wages of teachers and doctors and managing costly social protection and social care centers. These differences in functional responsibilities can be shown very effectively also through fiscal decentralization indicators, where Elton now will give you a concise overview.
Thanks, Alessandra. No, from this perspective, it's important to understand the complexity of the reforms, and also sometimes the path and the progress and all these multiple dimensions. If we look at the fiscal decentralization indicators, here we can notice that In Ukraine and Moldova in particular, local government revenues constitute 27% and 43% of overall public revenue. So about a third and almost half of public services provided in these countries are provided by the local government. So it gives you a clear understanding of how crucial the role of local governments in these countries is, not only on basic services, but also on these services that have important implication for the development and the social and economic development of these countries. So here we have, as it can be noted, Georgia, for example, is more or less in line with the other local governments in Georgia, or local government revenues in Georgia are more in line with the level of financing in Southeast Europe. But this is also because of the fact that in Georgia, the local governments don't provide too many social sector responsibilities. And in Moldova and Ukraine, this is much higher. But this at the same time does not mean that they are better financed than in the rest of the countries in Southeast Europe. And unfortunately, the problem is on the other side, that they are not adequately financed, because as Alexandra mentioned in the first chart, it is local governments in these two countries, they provide many costly social sector functions. So in social protection, education, healthcare, which is not the case, not even in the European Union. So from that perspective, if you look at it from a comparative perspective of what type of functions local governments provide and then how much they are financed, we see that the picture is quite the opposite. And then local governments in these two countries, they're not financed enough. I mean, in the EU, spending for education, social protection, and healthcare only is more than 45% of total public spending. So imagine if we add also the other competencies of local governments in waste management, in municipal infrastructure, public transportation. So it's much higher from that perspective. And it's also important to highlight that while these indicators seem very high for Moldova and Ukraine in particular, at the same time, local governments in these countries, they don't have much fiscal autonomy. They collect on their own, so local revenues constitute between 10 and 15% of total local government revenue. So local governments can raise on their own only 10 or 15% of their budgets, and more than 45 or 65% of their budget is directly controlled either by the national government or by the regional governments, which in any case, whose executive bodies are appointed by the national governments anyway. So directly or indirectly, it's the national government that makes the decisions, and this goes also against what we advocate for, and then what we've learned from more advanced economies, that local governments are in a better position to make decisions on how scarce public finance resources are utilized, because they know better what citizens needs and prefer in terms of services. So sorry maybe for the long and extended explanation, but I think it was due to understand also this important dimension of decentralization. Thank you. The floor is yours, Alexandra. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have a look on the timelines. And as you can see, decentralization reforms have been ongoing in all three countries for about 3 decades, already starting with their independence from the former Soviet Union. What we can also see is that all of them have undertaken regular reforms within 3 to 4 reform waves in each country. Evident is also that in particular over the past 5 years, Georgia and Ukraine have embarked on very transformative decentralization reforms that are expected to bring huge improvements. In Moldova, unfortunately, the processes are more fragmented, both due to higher political instability and the lack of commitment of central government to decentralize power and responsibilities at the local level. As for key achievements, challenges and opportunities, it can be stated that in all three countries, important achievements have been made, especially in the last decade, albeit to varying degrees. In the case of Georgia, important achievement steps have been made in terms of financial decentralization and the expansion of the powers of local government, including both delegated and own competencies. For example, the introduction of a shared tax system based on the value-added tax has led to an increase in local finances and the alignment to economic growth. The huge territorial reform in the Ukraine was accompanied by a remarkable transfer of power and resources to these territorial communities, which were thus given the opportunity to be placed on an equal footing with cities of oblast importance in terms of finances and jurisdiction. Hand in hand with this, the evolution of power and responsibilities, the intergovernmental transfer system and the expansion of local government tax powers have been improved by introducing a stimulating system for fiscal equalization across local governments based on the personal income tax. And as a result, local budget revenues from this tax have tripled from 2015 to 2019 after the system have been implemented. Also in Moldova, important steps towards decentralization and local government reforms in conceptual, legal and judicial terms have been made by anchoring local autonomy in the constitution and national legislation, transferring powers to the local level, and by continuously, although modestly, increasing both local governments' own revenues and shared taxes. However, major challenges remain in all three countries. This concerns overall a lack of political will for decentralization and local government reform, especially in Moldova and in the Ukraine. Weak financial equalization systems, together with limited fiscal capacity to increase the local government's own revenues, and still fragmented local government competencies, although legally anchored, are other key challenges. And last but not least, and very relevant, is also, of course, the impact of the current COVID-19 crisis, already mentioned by our colleague Alexandru Osaci, that have particularly affected local governments since they are at the front line in managing the COVID-19 pandemic as first contact point and crisis manager closest to the citizens. This crisis also significantly affects the ongoing decentralization processes, as it have shown both tendencies of a re-centralization of political and administrative responsibilities and power, also due to the lack of effective intergovernmental policy consultation and coordination mechanism in the respective countries, and disproportional increase of burdens for the local level as the most distinct unit in the provision of basic services. Nonetheless, in all three countries, positive developments and opportunities for further decentralization can be seen. This includes, among others, clear reform roadmap with key actions and timelines already underway in Georgia and before full adoption in the Ukraine. In Moldova, the right to participate in weekly meetings of national government and to present local governments is even a rather unique example of intergovernmental coordination arrangement. And these considerations are captured also by the assessment on the process of decentralization performed to the NALA's Regional Decentralization Observatory Index. And Elton, may I ask you to take over to show the participants the main results? Thank you.
Oops. Thank you, Alexandra. In the interest of time, I'll try to be very brief here. It's very difficult to summarize 30 years of reforms in less than 3 minutes. So, but let's try to do it. And then still we have an opportunity for Q&A later on. So what Alexandra has presented and what is our understanding about the main achievement challenges about on decentralization and local public administration reform in these countries is captured also by an assessment of the progress of decentralization that we have performed in Moldova and Georgia. Unfortunately, due to the COVID situation, we were not able to perform this for Ukraine, but we hope we'll have an opportunity in the future. So in any case, we at NALAS together with the KDZ and also the OSCE, we have developed an index that which serves the regional decentralization observatory index, which helps which serves as a tool to measure the progress of decentralization across 4 main dimensions and utilizing about 100 indicators. So the scores are from 1 to 10, and then 10, of course, is the best and most desirable situation. So from this perspective, what we see is that in terms of local autonomy, the local governments both in Georgia and Moldova, they're more or less at the same level. From a regional comparative perspective, this level of autonomy is a little bit smaller than the other counterparts in Southeast Europe. So this indicates that there's plenty of room still for improving political, administrative, and in particular financial decentralization in both countries. And the lack of adequate financial decentralization, so the lack of an adequate financing of local government, seem also to play a key role in terms of the quality of services. And in particular, we see this is noticeable in Moldova, where the perception of the quality of local services is lower than in Georgia and than the average Southeast European countries. At the same time, a similar situation is also for the dimension of citizen participation and local government responsiveness, where in particular in Georgia, but in Moldova, sorry, but also in Georgia and the other Southeast European countries, there is plenty of room for improvement on how to facilitate citizen participation in decision making and being more responsible and accountable to citizens. At the same time, as already mentioned by Alexandra, what we notice that in all the 2 countries, we have an advanced, I would say rather advanced system of intergovernmental dialogue and consultation. And this is primarily thanks to the associations of local authorities in both countries. They are very well positioned for this dialogue, and then they have a strong internal democracy tools that are able to reflect all the voices of all their members and make these voices be heard from the national government. So this is I would say a very positive positive thing, because as we mentioned, the dialogue and consultation is the key to putting in place good reforms. And we hope that this situation will slowly improve also or move faster somehow also in Moldova, where we are concerned about the latest developments, in particular on the fiscal policy for 2021. And then we hope that that's something that will be addressed. And I would like to maybe skip this next slide with the fiscal decentralization indicators, and because we've extensively spoken about it, it's a chart that puts Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine with from a regional comparative perspective with other countries in Southern and Eastern Europe. And then, as mentioned very briefly, Georgia is more or less in line with its peers in the region, while Moldova and Ukraine, at first sight, it appear to be much more decentralized than the others, and fiscally decentralized than the others. But this is not necessarily the case, because, as you said, most of the decisions are made by the national government, or the executive branches of the regional governments, which are still appointed by the national government. So there is not much autonomy in there. And the fact that local governments in these countries, they provide very extensive social sector responsibilities, which is unique, I would say, for most of their peers in the region. So thank you. With this, I would like to hand the floor again to my colleague Alexandra for some concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Elton. Yeah. To summarize, in all 3 countries, the reform steps of the recent years need to be taken along, and all countries need to continue to push forward further development of decentralization and local government reform in order to ensure both strong and sustainable democracy. Hence, for Georgia, this would mean to proceed with the recently started decentralization process and local government reform, and should introduce an effective equalization system. This was also indicated by the results of the Regional Decentralization Observatory assessment. In the Ukraine, more focus shall be put on clarifying the roles of government levels and improving local government revenues. In Moldova, the devolution of powers from higher levels of government to local government should be continued, and local government's own revenue raising options need to be improved. Furthermore, and following Moldova's RDO assessment, more focus should be put on the improvement of the quality of services and on strengthening citizens' participation and local government responsiveness. And to close with an optimistic perspective, one last sentence for the road, I would say, which in my opinion fits very well to all kinds of progresses and developments. It's a journey, not a destination. Thank you very much.
Liels paldies, kolēģi, par plašo un tiešām ļoti vērtīgo pētījumu. Un man tiešām žēl, ka mums šoreiz nenotiek fórums klātienē, jo tad mums noteikti būtu atsevišķa darba grupa, kur mēs varētu padziļināti padiskutēt un par jūsu pētījumu rezultātiem. Tā kā mūsu laiks ir ļoti strauji tuvojas beigām, tad es vienīgi vēl atļaušu pajautāt jautājumu Bellai no platformas. Lūdzu, Bella. Lūdzu.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all speakers. My name is Bella Chkhikvishvili. I'm working for PLATFORMA on Eastern Partnership. Thank you very much for all your inspiring presentations. I wanted just to underline SDGs localization, localizing SDGs in Eastern Partnership countries, especially in Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova. For sure, there is a lack of information on SDGs, how to localize SDGs, and to have an information about SDGs in general. So I wanted to ask to our representatives from Norway and from Riga as well, as you are doing great work on localizing SDGs. I wanted to say, have you some cooperation foreseen for Eastern city cooperation or on local level with the Eastern Partnership countries? Thank you very much.
Paldies, Bella, un varbūt tad vispirms Līne, un tad Jurijs, ja?
Thank you so much, Bella, for your question. First, I would like to say that we have been quite fortunate that the SDGs agenda has been very strongly communicated by our national authority at the state level. Our Prime Minister is one of the UN ambassadors for the SDGs internationally, and it has been very clearly communicated that that SDGs is a priority for Norway. It has actually been harder at the local level to kind of get the support for the local level more than at the national level. When it comes to collaborations, you know, I have to admit that I really don't know, because I have colleagues who work on our international collaborations, and my colleague Göril, who was with you in 2019, she has an overview of which collaborations and partnerships we are part of. So I'm very sorry, I'm afraid I cannot really answer that question, but I can come back to you on that.
Paldies, Līne. Un tagad lūdzu vārds Jurijam.
Yes, thank you very much, Bella, for your question. First of all, I would like maybe to mention that, of course, also maybe from our own experience, maybe the process of implementation of sustainable development goals, yes, sure, it's a process of continuous cooperation and the process of continuous learning, yes, sure. And also maybe we are trying to educate ourselves through the cooperation. We are trying to cooperate, yes, sure, with the Latvian Local Government Association. We are trying to cooperate with the Union of the Baltic Cities. We cooperate greatly also with the European Large Cities Association, etc., etc. We are trying to learn from the conference, from the seminars. And yes, sure, I would like to mention this. Yes, sure, we are open for cooperation also with other cities, because only through the cooperation, through the learning from other cities' experience from one side and from another side, with the help of the sharing of our own experience and knowledge, I believe this is only one way how we can learn and how we can, for example, how we can improve our activities and implementation of sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Paldies Jurijam un paldies visiem paneļa diskusijas dalībniekiem par vērtīgo pieredzi. Un diskusijas noslēgumā es vēlos uzsvērt, ka veiksmīga ilgtspējīga attīstības mērķu īstenošana var notikt tikai kopīgi sadarbojoties vietējā, nacionālajā un starptautiskajā līmenī, kā arī aktīvi iesaistot iedzīvotājus, nevalstiskās organizācijas un uzņēmējus. Ir svarīgi, lai nacionālajā un pašvaldību līmenī būtu politiska apņemšanās un nepārtraukts dialogs. Ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķi ir jāintegrē valsts un vietējās politikas dokumentos, un mums ir jāinformē mūsu iedzīvotāji par ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķu sasniegšanu un par publiskajām reformām. Un lai mums visiem izdodas un uz tikšanos noteikti nākošgad klātienē un visiem labu veselību. Un tagad es dodu atpakaļ vārdu mūsu moderātorai Ivetai.
Paldies, Modīt. Šīs divas paneļa diskusijas rīta cēlienā ir bijušas ļoti intensīvas un piesātinātas. Mēs esam dzirdējuši gan ļoti interesantas idejas, gan arī dažu runātāju bažas un praktiskos apsvērumus. Tāpēc man šķiet ir īstais laiks man lūgt Akseli Kikleju, Vācijas prezidentūras Eiropas Savienībā pārstāvi, sniegt tādu pārskatu, lai mēs vieglāk varētu atcerēties, ko tieši mēs šorīt esam runājuši un kas ir tas svarīgākais, kas mums ir jāpatur prātā, domājot par savu pašvaldību darbību nākotnē. Lūdzu, Aksel.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me? I hope. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers as well as the moderators for organizing this and also for leading us so diligently through the morning. For me, as someone who is discussing at the macro level, joint programs, joint communiques, joint declarations and things like this, it's very important and very useful to get this view of the local level and regional level, because this is where things that we discuss in the end have to be implemented. So thank you for that. I'll start with Mr. Kaminskis, whose speech I didn't really hear because I still had problems with the translation, but I know he talked about the importance of local and regional government, that's for sure. Jumping to the Foreign Minister of Latvia, I recall that he said very clearly that local government is a primary policy tool and an excellent tool for public diplomacy. I think this is worth remembering. Mr. Vallier mentioned that this is the second edition of this meeting. In the text, it was even said the second year in a row, which is a robust way to say. I liked it. So I'm part of this row being here. He also said that we have to ensure the visibility of local government, good governance, and also of the rule of law. He also said that it's important that central government and national association of local governments meet, and that it's important to reinforce cross-border cooperation. Ms. Chkhikvishvili from Georgia highlighted how important this forum, which we have here, is, because grassroots organizations don't have a permanent representation, and especially if they are outside of the capitals. So a regular exchange like this or something like this is very useful for her kind of organization. She also mentioned that resources, transparency, and reliability are of major importance. Jeroen Willem from the Commission led us through the developments since 2019 March, when we had the consultation on the future of the Eastern Partnership reminded us of the joint communication of March 2020 with the 5 primary goals, economy resilience as the first, but immediately after rule of law, green transition, digital transformation, and strengthening fair and inclusive societies, which he said is what we are talking about, which is the strengthening of the public administration reform and local governance. He said that the joint communication was to be the basis of the EAP summit, who had to be postponed, but we had a leaders VTC meeting in June, which embraced this new agenda. And so we're looking forward to Eastern Partnership Summit in March 2021. He mentioned several examples. For instance, for the green area, the Convent of Mayors. This is an important initiative, and he said no other region has embraced this idea of reducing CO2 emissions better than the Eastern Partnership. He mentioned also E5P, which is also working on CO2 emissions. He wanted also to strengthen, perhaps as a final point, that they are working now or trying to identify pilot regions where they want to do things a little bit different in a new way, and they imagine how they can further expand. I can't do justice to everything and everyone, so I'll leave it here. Jumping to the next panel, starting with Mr. Makula. He said that the green and digital transitions are not separate issues, and that sustainability is the new normal, and we should work towards carbon neutrality, and each city, each university, each industry should look to collaborate. And he said that the main action is on city level. Then Gunnar Ansinch, yeah, sorry for mispronouncing your name, talked about the specific objectives to be met until 2050. He mentioned 6 objectives: circular energy systems, the promotion of energy electrification, how to use low carbon, and how to make the energy market fit for purpose, just to name a few. Then Mr. Ozurgeti from Moldova talked about a strong connection between local economies and green interventions. He also said that the programs that are being shared with them will show that the basic needs are overwhelming, for instance, in his country. And that we had to look how to complement EU funds with national finances. So going to Mr. Sordia from Georgia, he told us about the implementation of green policies for Georgia government and local government, and that they wanted to reduce carbon emissions by 30% until 2030. And as measures, they want to create inventories by 2022, present climate action plan, and prepare reports every 2 years, and also share experience with regional and local authorities. But he made a caveat that sometimes that sometimes the language, how the projects are written, is too complicated, and in order to understand what is in the programs and in programming and in the project, they need consultants who are costing a lot of money. And so the call was, don't be too sophisticated. The programs should be more basic and fit to the needs. I think that was an important message. Now that I come to the second panel. I'm sorry, I said this wrongly before. Line Bigby showed us the other part of the world. Her country, and also later on Latvia, showed that you can also be in a more advanced stage. Norway has the advantage, as she just said, that the head of state, head of government, promotes the green agenda and the SDGs very carefully, and it was very impressive to see how constructively the community of Viken, with its new structure, having to reunite 3 counties and 51 municipalities, how they work on a concrete path towards implementing the SDGs as a whole. I wrote a lot here. Then I hope I don't forget one. Mr. Juris Grisans explained the steps of Riga. The moderator also said that they are very proud of the steps that Riga has taken. Riga has a long history since 2004, when they established the first targets, and also signed the charter, and others to follow. So he presented the Sustainable Development Strategy of Riga until 2030. Also mentioned the development plans with actions and indicators for 2014 and 2020, and they have already the next one in the making for 2021 to 2027. So this is also a very convincing element, and perhaps both presentations, the Norwegian one and the Latvian one, mentioned that raising awareness for SDGs is of key importance, and here also the youth comes into play. That was also mentioned by the first speaker of the first panel. Mr. Furdui talked about the situation in Moldova, more challenges there. He was worried that by establishing the goals, there was a risk that it leads to more centralization. So the planning should be more fit to the country, to the situation on the ground. So his caveat also was, I think, important. He said that European Charter is important for a pan-European awareness of values, and challenges lie also in well, at the highest level in the country. So in local governments, the implementation of SDGs, as he said, is dependent on the local conditions, and the transfer of power to the local government from the central government is a key condition for the implication of the SDGs. Then Nalas, Elton Staffer, and his colleague presented us a fascinating study about well, the implementation of decentralization in the 3 association countries. They gave their own summary at the end, so I refrained from that, and I would assume that we perhaps also get the PowerPoint presentation to study this further. I was asked to say briefly something about the plans of the German presidency or what we wanted to achieve. First of all, to say we had to reschedule everything due to the COVID pandemic, and still the COVID pandemic is our main effort to overcome the consequences of it, including economic recovery, agreeing on the MFF, which has worked. We would also have to conclude the negotiations with the UK during our presidency. Green and digital is very vital for us, also European solidarity and social cohesion. We are engaging at the moment in EU's migration and asylum policy. So in these days, we have meetings in Brussels, not in Brussels, VTC, of course. And then at the heart for us, also with respect to Eastern Partnership, is the rule of law as a key foundation of the EU, and also stabilizing our neighborhood. Here also the EAP comes into play. And we would like to strengthen the EU's capacity to act at the global level. Finally, let me add that we planned or had 3 main events during our presidency. One was the Eastern Partnership Youth Conference, 24th to 26th September. This topic was also, the topic of the discussions were also on the Green New Deal, and we tried to bring in all the knowledge and interest of young people. This was organized by the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Organization Forum, together with Frédéric Iveta Foundation. It was a virtual meeting, of course, planned physically. The meeting of the environment ministers, EU plus EAP environment ministers, couldn't take place. It was foreseen for October in Luxembourg as a physical meeting, but due to too many regrets, we had to postpone it to the beginning of or early next year. A date is not yet scheduled. The third thing is we wanted, and we come back to the first pillar, first topic of the joint communication for the Eastern Partnership. We wanted to have a business forum, also physical, in Düsseldorf in November, but now it will be EU Business Week in December instead, virtually, where we have each day another of the EAP countries where we talk about the, it's from 14th to 17th December, and it will be the possibility to inquire about the business possibilities for EU countries in EAP countries, and perhaps also the other way around. Last thing I would like to mention, I have also give justice to an event that our Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development had a conference on 1st and 2nd October, also digital, about building a development agenda for resilience with 100 participants, agents of change from the region, and they produced recommendations for the post-2020 deliverables. And the last thing that I would like to say, regional cooperation has to play a key role in achieving the 2020 and beyond deliverables. This was also an outcome of this conference by the BMZ, which is the Economic Cooperation Ministry. Thank you for your attention, and sorry to be long.
Liels paldies, Aksel, par ļoti detalizēto pārskatu, ko mēs runājām rīta cēlienā. Tā kā tas mums paliks atmiņā visiem spilgti, jo tās idejas tiešām ir ļoti vērtīgas. Šajā brīdī mēs esam sasnieguši to sadaļu mūsu programmā, kas saucās pārtraukums, un mans piedāvājums ir tāds, ka mēs ejam pārtraukumā un atgriežamies atpakaļ 14:10 pēc Rīgas laika, lai pievienotos tātad nākamajai paneļa diskusijai par jaunatnes politiku un jaunatnes lomu politikas ieviešanā. Vienlaikus es arī gribētu teikt paldies Latvijas pašvaldību savienības komandai un arī datoru ekspertam un visiem tiem pašvaldības savienības cilvēkiem, kas ir veidojuši šo fórumu un tehniski ir nodrošinājuši, ka arī tiešsaistes režīmā mēs spējam būt produktīvi un efektīvi apmainīties ar idejām. Paldies un tiekamies 14:10.
Jamie, is that okay?
Yes, sir. We've integrated the slides and
Great.
Go, go, go.
Okay. So I think everybody is here. So Tamzin, I think we can start.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, everybody, and welcome to our seminar where we are looking at the role of digital platforms to support youth involvement and engagement in democracy and local decision making. My name is Tamzin Rose, and I have the great pleasure to be your moderator for this session. Just a couple of simple rules to make sure that our interactions this afternoon are as useful and constructive as they can be. You can hear that I'm speaking slowly and clearly. That's because we have 3 working languages in this seminar, and I'll explain to you how they work. But first of all, let's look at how to use our Zoom etiquette. Of course, when you're not speaking, your microphones, please, should be on mute. If you are speaking, you need to have your video on because this is extremely helpful for the interpreters to see who's speaking and how they're speaking. We want you to be part of the conversation. So please ask us a question or write a comment at any time in the chat. It will be viewed. We have a very tight program today and not a lot of time for Q&A, but everything that you submit to us will be taken into account and will be seen. If you would like to speak, you can use the raise hand button. You can see a picture of it on screen, and you're probably used to finding it in your Zoom spaces now. In terms of the translation, we are using English, Latvian, and Russian. And this was new for me, so it may also be new for you. How do you find your way around it? Well, on the bottom of your screen, you will see, and they've shown it to you on the screen, a small button that looks like a globe. And there you can choose the language that you would like to listen to. If you hear additional noise, you need to mute original audio. So this is how it's going to work. You can react at any time. We enjoy seeing your messages. And if this is a session about democracy, obviously that's because we want to hear from you. So these are the basic rules that will allow our interactions over Zoom to work effectively. And we're also going to be using Slido as a tool for interactions, and I'll show you that in a minute. But let me just show you the program for the next hour and a half so you understand what we're going to do. We'll hear first of all from Marlene Simeon, the director of PLATFORMA, and then we'll have a lightning talk from Katarzyna Smitek from Poland, who's going to share her experience of youth advocacy and political change. And then we're going to have 2 platforms presented who talk about how they engage with young people and bring their voices into decision making. Then we're going to be asking the question, how has COVID-19 accelerated the transfer to digitalization? And we're going to be hearing the specific example from Slovenia of online learning. Then we're going to have 2 rounds of exchanges with some panels. And the first one is asking, how has digitization affected the way that cities engage with their citizens? Has it changed the nature of the relationship? And the second round is going to be asking, how can these new forms of e-governance and participation bring in young people whose voices are traditionally not heard, but who are supposed to be the change makers of the future? So how can digital make that happen? And then we're going to have an audience exchange with you. We've got about 15 minutes to have a conversation, and we're going to try and focus on concrete recommendations about how we could, from this session, explore what could be done in the local government area to involve young people and use new digital tools so that we are building a democracy fit for the kind of digital age that we're living in. So that's going to be our time together, and we'll be finishing just after 2:30. So thank you for that. Let's start now by asking you a few questions. If you take a photo of that QR code with your phone, it will open Slido. If not, you can go on the website slido.com, and you need to put in a code, a hashtag, which is EAP local, all in one. And we're going to ask you 3 questions on Slido. The first question, once you've arrived on the site, we would just want to find out how you're doing. In one word, describe your month so far. Now, I appreciate we're only at the beginning of November, but it's been a febrile time in world politics, the pandemic, lots of challenging situations. So how are you doing? In one word, describe your month so far, and we will use that to build an interactive word cloud. So we're just getting a sense of how you are at the moment. So I'm going to leave you an opportunity to go to slido.com. And when you're there, we're going to be asking you this question. In one word, how would you describe your month? How has November been for you? We're living in very turbulent times. Yep, 2020 has been a year like no other. Busy, intensing, disaster. Yeah, hopeful. I hope so. So. Fair. Zoom, yes. Whose month hasn't been full of Zoom? Not least this event. Yes. Active. Isolated. That's hard. When we're all stuck behind a screen, this is a very common theme. And in fact, there's been a big rise in problems of loneliness and mental health and isolation. So hopefully you'll feel more connected. Revolutionary, great. Digital, hopeful, stressful, yes. I think this is the year that will go down in everyone's life as being transformational, a huge change. Active. Busy is coming through very strongly in the center of our picture as the key word that's coming forward. Zoom and Zooming, yes. Or any other platform that you've been on. So far, we've only had 21 answers, and I know that we've got over 70 people on the call, so I'll give it a few more seconds to see what else people want to share. And in theory, I think the system should be able to cope with a word in another language. So feel free to share what your month has been like so far. And if we talk about young people, you know, this is the COVID generation. For the last year, their education, their professional lives have been disrupted, and the World Bank says that we're about to head into an economic recession, the likes of which we have not seen for over 100 years. So for the generation of young people thinking about their futures, this is clearly going to have an impact. Unpredictable, it's long, it's been a long month so far. Yes, wild, a disaster, sad, a tragedy. Starting to get a real picture of how life has been for people in the last 2 weeks. It's obviously not been easy. There's been some quite intense issues coming forward. If I can understand, if I can read the Cyrillic. Okay. Yep, hard. Okay, we're at 27. Let's make it to 30 responses before we close this poll. And this was just to demonstrate both how digital platforms can bring us together and make us connect as human beings rather than as officials behind screens. So we just wanted to ask you a personal question here. How has your month been, to get a sense of, you know, everyone's mindset as we started this? Challenge and challenging coming through. Yes, exhausting. Lonely and busy. Well, I'm very much hoping that at the end of this seminar, you will feel more connected, a little more optimistic, a bit more inspired, and hopefully you will have found some interesting ideas to go forward. Okay, let's close this poll now, and let's move to another interactive session that we wanted to do. And the next thing we're asking is, how many hours a day do you spend behind a screen? Now, remember when I asked you how your month was, there was Zoom and Zooming and digital, and I imagine that we're spending a lot more time behind a screen than we did before. But how much more? Is there anyone in the audience who's spending less than 4 hours behind a screen? Or are most people spending 8 hours or 11 hours or more? And remember all the messages that we okay, we need to see if we can activate this poll, because it seems like nobody can vote. That's it. That's better. There we go. unsurprising to see how much time we're spending on the screen. And again, if you think about all the messages that we had on mental health, about how difficult and unhelpful it is for our brains to be behind a screen, it makes it harder to sleep because the blue light affects our brain. Now look at see what's happening, how much time is being spent on the screen. Almost 40% of the people are spending 8 to 10 hours a day behind a screen. So no wonder when we asked you how your month had been so far, it was so challenging. Okay, let's close this poll now. Thank you. And the third question we wanted to ask is, as a result of COVID, have you started to use new digital tools? Has it opened up a new environment, maybe new opportunities to collaborate? Have you moved beyond the normal email tools to try some of the other options? And obviously we're all using Zoom, and I don't know how many people, I personally never used Zoom before the COVID and the pandemic. So yes, 100% of the people who've answered have said they've had to upskill and learn new digital tools, which is both a challenge and offers us new opportunities. Okay, thank you. Let's close that poll now. So we put the Slido up for two reasons. Number one, to give us a chance to interact with you and help you feel engaged in this. And secondly, we just wanted to get a sense of how you were doing and how your lives have changed and the extent to which everyone's lives has changed. So now that we've had some interaction on Slido, I'm delighted to pass the floor to our first speaker, Marlene Simeon, the director of PLATFORMA. Marlene.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we became specialists of Zoom and Slido, so well done, colleagues. So I'm the director of PLATFORMA. It's a pleasure to meet you for this second edition of the EU Eastern Partnership Local Leaders Forum. Last year, we were all together in Lithuania celebrating the 10 years anniversary of the Eastern Partnership. And we focused on the 20 deliverables on the SDGs. We had a lot of networking, and it was a great moment as well. But it's my pleasure today to introduce this virtual session on upgrading local democracy through technology. Is politics more responsive to citizens in the digital era? So the focus of today is really relevant, as we could see, considering the strong impact that COVID-19 pandemic has had both on citizens, on youth, on digitalization, on local democracy. We even saw several elections that took place during the lockdown at national but also local levels. New innovative platforms like Zoom that we are using today allow us to stay connected. Even if, to be honest, I would have, of course, preferred seeing you all in person in Riga. I'm delighted that these topics are being raised actually in the context of the EU Eastern Partnership Forum. Both the EU and the Eastern Partnership share these issues, and by working together, they can help each other to find solutions that are efficient and innovative in municipalities and regions. PLATFORMA is a pan-European coalition of local and regional governments and their representative associations active in development cooperation. And we have been working with Eastern Partnership associations of local and regional governments since 2002 through the Council of European Municipalities and Regions, CEMR, our lead partner. So since 2015, CEMR PLATFORMA has developed an Eastern Partnership program. And we aim at strengthening local and regional governance and developing capacity building of national associations of local authorities, and in particular in Georgia, the Republic of Moldova, and in Ukraine. We fully support now the importance given to the Eastern Partnership by the EU. We are convinced that more engagement with people at local level, as stated in the new joint communication on the post-2020 strategy for the EU Eastern Partnership, as well as the multi-level approach that the EU Council conclusions promote, will be crucial to strengthen the relationship between the EU and the Eastern Partnership. So with this in mind, working specifically on the role of youth engagement, together with young politicians directly, is essential to make sure that our cooperation will sustain also for future generations to come. The time of constantly developing technologies and rapidly changing political, social, and economic realities, both in Europe and in the Eastern Partnership, young people are one of the major resources in Europe and beyond to make a positive and long-lasting change in their home communities. It's also in times of distress like we are facing right now, when their leadership begins to take on an increased significance. They have proved time and time again that they have an incomparable drive, passion, and flexibility to create positive change. They contribute to civic life and community well-being. Young people represent this generation of leaders able to rebuild the trust that is vital to democracies, and they are key to shape solutions for a sustainable future. They are willing to provide effective responses to multiple complex social and global challenges, such as inclusion, social rights, climate change, education, gender equality, and many more topics. However, addressing such challenges requires effective youth policies, led by politicians from all levels of governance that are ready to engage with young people on all key priority issues. And for this to take place effectively, they need a space to fully participate in society. Digitalization, which will be raised today, is indeed an effective means of involving them. But it should also start first with political will. Politicians should give them a seat at the table and engage with them in a process that values their experiences and aspirations, but also helps them identify their needs and solutions to any specific challenges they may face. They need to be recognized as agents of change, active partners to build better forwards and more inclusively after the crisis. At the present and the future of our societies, they can support decision-making in local authorities, and therefore they need to be involved. So to wrap up my introduction, the purpose of this session is to create conditions for learning and understand the role of youth and the implications of technology to upgrade democracy at the local and regional levels. Digitalization and active citizenship topic are also priority areas in the EU Eastern Partnership future. So this session will be an excellent opportunity to understand how the local politicians from the EU and the Eastern Partnership countries face the same challenges. And based on today's discussion, we will draft a set of recommendations for the next EU Eastern Partnership Summit. So I wish you all a fruitful debate with such a great program and amazing speakers and moderation. It can only go well. So good luck for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marlene. So I would like to now pass the floor to our what we're calling the lightning speaker for a lightning talk, Katarzyna Smitek, the president of the Polish Youth Climate Council at the Ministry of Climate in Warsaw, Poland. Now, we've spent a year watching young people march on the streets. So there's no question that youth are active and engaged and have huge ambitions on the climate. And that can only happen if they can be heard inside political processes and help to shift our policies towards the climate. So Katarzyna, would you like to share with us what you want to say on this issue?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the organizers. And thank you also, Marlene, for highlighting how crucial the young people are in today's decision making. And thank you so much for organizing this session on youth, but also about youth and also with youth, because I will come back to it later on in my speech. But very often such sessions are organized without young people, but they are regarding young people, which is often a problem that we don't realize it is. But thank you so much, because I also agree that young people are one of the most crucial groups in today's society. They are not only important today, but they are actually citizens of tomorrow. So it depends fully on us now how we educate young people how we let them grow in democratic societies, and how we teach them to be actually aware and active, because we often forget that young people are tomorrow's lawyers, politicians, local authorities, representatives of international organizations. We tend to forget about that, but if we tend to forget about it, then they will never develop properly. So I would like to stress out some things. First of all, potential of young people is unlimited, and we often undermine it by their age. So we think, okay, this person is only 15, 16, this person cannot be an expert in a given field. It is, of course, a huge mistake, because when a person is active in a given sphere, probably he or she is already an expert. We can see it, for example, in case of technology, which is today's topic. Young people are, first of all, agents of change. They are a source of innovation, energy, and new perspective. Why is that? Of course, because access to new information and news is much bigger than it used to be when, for example, my parents were young. They couldn't access information on daily basis as I do now. They couldn't actually browse something on the internet. They had to go to libraries and look throughout the books. Now, young people don't really think about it. We just open one of the internet searches, and then it's very, very easy. And I think young people often forget how much they depend on technology, because we young people use technology, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, everything on daily basis. But does young people actually perceive technology as a means to upgrade democracy? We don't think about it this way, because for young people, internet is most importantly, for example, for school, for education, for games, for social interactions. But is it also for contacting my local representatives? Is it for contacting my mayor or contacting my city council? Of course, if we don't educate young people about it, it will never be, because young people, it is not about young people not knowing, it's not about young people not wanting to take part in these processes. It is about young people not being aware they can. They are actually afraid of reaching out. They don't know how to interact with, for example, city council. Should they send the email to the president of the city council, or should they send the email directly to the mayor? Of course, we as people who are, let's say, active in this given field, we may be aware of that, but young people have no idea, because they are not educated about that in school. So we should actually start with showing young people what means we already have. So showing young people that there is a huge sphere of technology used in, for example, local authorities, bodies that can help us. So young people don't really have to go to the city council building to get the IDs. They can just send the documents, and they can get it a few days later with a given ID card. They don't really have to, I don't know, get their confirmation of birthplace. They can just send the ID, ID documents. They can send other papers, and they can get it by email. They don't have to sign some documents at the building. They can actually do it with e-signature. There are so many things that we can use and young people can use, which we often forget about that. On the other hand, I know that there are so many local authorities present here today with us. So how can we make it from the other side? Very often we want to include young people in decision making, but we forget how to reach out to them. So there are so many possibilities also right now in the era of Zoom and Microsoft Teams and so many other platforms. We can organize consultations. So we can hold dialogues online to learn about their point of view. We can actually show them that young people should be a part of solution, because they are this agent of change. So without them, this change won't really happen. But it's also about challenges. Of course, we may say that it's so easy to include young people, organize online consultations, send your documents by email, but we forget that so many people, young people, don't have access to internet, they don't have access to computer, they don't have basic technology tools to do it. So what we can actually do, and what we can, how we can think about young people being active in this field. Also, maybe it's about local authorities to actually provide young people with computers, with technological tools, if they know that such needs are required. But why it's so important, well, and why it's so important for me to be included at the political table and be taken part and take part in the discussions and decision-making processes. First of all, youth, so young people under the age of 25, makes up 18% of world's population. With children, it's almost 40%, which means that leaving young people behind means leaving behind almost half of today's society. It is, of course, a huge mistake. We are leaving behind a population that should follow the change, as Tasmin and Marlene said, of tomorrow, and should actually represent us in the future. But also we should remember that young people is not only the generation of tomorrow, but it's also a part of the solution. So we often tend again to forget that young people is not a separate group. It is a complementary group to all the other groups that are present in society. So we shouldn't actually organize separate consultations for young people, for women, and for migrants or indigenous people. We have to remember that young people are also migrants, young people are also women, and they are also indigenous people. So it's all about intersectionality and its meaning in today's world. But I also think that inclusiveness and this multi-generational dialogue is actually the only solution to the local as well as global challenges that we face today. But of course, it's much easier to say than to do something. But I may perceive my experience as example that it's possible to be done. So I would like to present what you should do in order to actually succeed in some field, which is of course not without challenges that I'll come back to later. But first of all, we have to be active, we have to be engaged, and we have to be seen. It is not about active on your table on computer and, for example, browse throughout the internet and learn everything that you can. Of course, it's about that as well, but you should actually make local authorities and national decision makers aware that you are active and you are aware and you are ready to be an expert in a given field. Then you of course have to follow the latest information and news. You have to keep learning all the time, and you should remember not to give up when the minor challenges appear. So it's not about thinking, okay, I know everything now, I'm an expert, I'm 21 and I can be the president of Poland. Of course I can, because I have to learn so much and I have to explore my knowledge. It's also about not giving up when you face criticism. Criticism is very important for you to grow, but actually you have to fight hate. You shouldn't read comments that may affect you, but you should make sure that this false information is not circulating throughout the internet. And this Youth Climate Council is the example of all these things that I just said. So I reached out a year ago to
Katrina.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but we're running very short of time and you've gone over the 5 minutes. Could I ask you to just give us the last 2 messages you wanted to give us, and then we can move on?
Thank you.
You'll
so
still
much.
have a chance to come in later. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this heads up. So I will come back later to Youth Climate Council, but I will just focus on challenges now. Of course, there are so many challenges with technology and young people in democratic processes. First of all, tokenization. So young people are at the table only to make sure that young people are present. They are not meaningfully participating in a given discussions. So that's the first thing we should include, as for example, this session, young people as a meaningful participants. We should remember that young people can face different fears. They can be scared in a room full of very experienced diplomats and experts, which is of course possible, and we should bear it in mind. We also have to remember that young people are not only focusing on this field, they are not only being a part of this political discussion, but they are also going to schools, they are part of the university, city, they actually still learn, and they have to balance the time between being active in political sphere and also on academic side. And very last thing is that you can be an expert despite your age or experience. If you are interested in the field and you keep learning, you can actually achieve a very huge things. Thank you so much, and thank you for the heads up with the time. And then
Thank you. No problem. I mean, you're very passionate and very clear about the value that young people have, both as of themselves, but also as future actors, future large proportion of the society, etc. So really helpful to have that. We're now going to move from your messages about, how to involve young people in a meaningful way into exploring two specific platforms that are a tool that allow this engagement. So we have Wietse van Ransbeek, the co-founder and CEO of something called Citizen Lab and Digital Democracy. And we have Mikolai Kvantaliani, who is a steering committee member and a representative of the association New Group, and is based in Belarus, a country which is right in the middle of deciding its future through democracy, and digital tools have played a big role. So I'll start by Wietse. Tell me about your platform and how you think it enhances the role of youth in policymaking.
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all, for the invite. So my name is Wietse van Ransbeek. I'm the founder and CEO of Citizen Lab, which is a digital platform for online citizen engagement. So we make it easy for, of course, not only young people, but for citizens to have a direct say in local policymaking. We work today with over 200 cities, still mainly in, I would say, Western Europe, also in the United States. And we help them actually bringing their policies online and giving citizens a say in those policies. It works in two different ways. On the one hand, citizens, they can participate within the projects of their local authorities. So it could be about a mobility plan, it can be about repurposing public space, or it can be about, to just give you one example, what the capital of Greenland did last month was they organized a deliberation, a debate about whether the statue of a Danish missionary from the 16th century, whether they should be removed from public space, yes or no. So that was, of course, in light of Black Lives Matter. And then citizens, they have a debate, a constructive debate, and they exchange on pro and con arguments. And in the end, they can vote on whether they should be removed, yes or no. So in this case, they decided, by the way, to preserve and to keep the statue in the public space. But so that is the top-down approach. But then you also have, and that's very important, the bottom-up approach. So you also have, as a citizen, as a youngster, the option to put your own proposal on the table. And that is really important because we citizens and young people should also be able to influence the political agenda, not only participate on what's already on the agenda, but have an impact on what should be on the agenda. So that is what we do at Citizen Lab, lowering the barrier for people to participate. It all started actually 5 years ago from my personal story, as back then a 20-year-old young person. I wanted to make a change in my neighborhood. I was politically involved, but I couldn't really find a way to easily make my voice heard. And that's why we started this digital platform, because young people and millennials, as engaged as they are, they don't want to go to a town hall meeting at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night and just sit there and watch officials speak and discuss. They want to be part of the conversation. And that would also be a call that I want to share here with all policymakers here on board, is that COVID-19 is a huge opportunity for you to engage the youth, because you will be forced to actually bring your activities, your town hall meetings, your decision making, you will be forced to bring it online to make it more transparent. So grab that opportunity and actually use it as an opportunity to get younger people involved via things such as these Zoom calls, via digital platforms. And maybe just to conclude, there's something that we have done at Citizen Lab in the light of the global health crisis. We have, together with those 200 cities, co-created a tool for online workshops, making it easy for them to actually bring those meetings online and make them also more interactive. So that it's not just the official speaking and the citizens listening, but that you can actually have an interactive debate, ask questions, have also breakout rooms and yeah, small group discussions. So that would be definitely my message for you policymakers: grab this opportunity and make use of it to involve the youth.
Thank you, Iveta. Let me turn now to Mikolai, because you know, Belarus is a country where we're actually right on the front line of the dialogue or not between citizens and the government. And what's happening in Belarus is marked by a couple of different things. First of all, it's very interesting, the intergenerational aspect. You've got young people out on the street, but supported by older generations, and the use of new technology to engage in this. So the point I was going to ask is, what were the main challenges that you have when trying to have a dialogue between citizens and local government? But I think the situation in Belarus is very clear. What would you like to share with us? Because you're right in the middle of all these things happening. How is technology creating opportunities for new youth activism and then bridging the generational gaps?
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Indeed, we now in Belarus in the situation of crisis, and it's a crisis that's already long for 25 years, and we have this finishing part for extensive crisis for upcoming last 2 months. One of the things that what we experience here in Belarus, that the horizontal movements or voluntary movements, because they're super active and popular, and technology, of course, playing the great role, because we do have self-organized groups on the local level, on the level of housing when people living in one block, and of course, most of the active people, it's a young people who is willing to live in a new Belarus and new changes. One of the things, this is we still have certain resistance between authoritarian regime of current government, who is playing in the old-fashioned way, and at the same time they're using old-fashioned way of repression. So we can say that the students and young people under the top of repressions, because they're one of the active part of the protests in Belarus. At the same time, it's important to say that, for instance, if we do use technology like Telegram channels or Viber channels or any platform for communication, the one of the threat that not foreseen by young people, it's a digital security, because actually the government using this opportunity to communicate and to be in one place to surveil oppressed and repressed further young people. At the same time, the government playing different roles. So they quite techy in the sense that they have resources, financial resources. So the topic of media literacy is on agenda, because the government trying to manipulate with wider society minds. So they're trying to pretend, for instance, currently it's to pretend that we have a dialogue, but dialogue initiated by government control activists. And meanwhile, we can say that the technology is a solution, because like you can't hide the problem that happened, because every single person in Belarus become a citizen journalism, recording everything that was happening on street and sharing it. But at the same time, the government using the old-fashioned repression tools to oppress. I mean, you do recording of videos of violation, and then you trialed with no free and fair trial, and you put in a prison. And this is kind of generation clash, because most of the government thinking in old-fashioned way, and young people want to live in a new Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me come back to Iveta now to say, you know, you've spoken about 200 cities in Europe and beyond. From your point of view, I mean, Belarus is clearly a very extreme case of how the government is trying to manipulate it. But you've talked about creating tools to co-create dialogue. What do you see are the key challenges of trying to open these conversations using digital tools?
Mm-hmm. Indeed, it's important to, I think, to stress that everywhere is a bit of a different context, but what we've seen is that one of the main challenges for us working mainly in countries like Belgium, Netherlands, France, UK, United States, is that it's fairly easy these days to actually launch engagement projects. I think almost everyone, or at least 95% of the policymakers, would agree that citizen participation is a priority. That's been different. 5 years ago, that was definitely different. If you would have asked the question back then, when we started, we had to explain why you should actually involve citizens. That's not really a question anymore. Everybody seems to agree on that point. the real challenge here is the next question, which is how do we go from pilot to institutionalization of citizen participation, so that it's not just like a one-off project within something that you're working on, but that you're actually recurringly and continuously engaging your citizens, that you change the way that you make decisions. That's the true challenge, and that requires a change of culture. And that's not only about what citizens want and what they do, it's also a question of the administrations, of it's a different way of working. And we need to, for that reason, we need a lot of capacity building, a lot of exchange of best practices, just as we're doing here. That is really key to change that culture and to make shift to that new paradigm of more transparency and more collaboration between policymakers and citizens, I believe.
Thank you. I mean, you've talked about something that Katarzyna also said, which is, it shouldn't be tokenistic. You shouldn't just have a little dialogue and then let that finish, but it should be an integral part of the way that policy is developed and policies are implemented. And young people should have a say in that, not just have one young person at the end of the table when a conversation is held. It needs to be fully integrated as part of your whole process. Let me just pass back to Nikolai for the last word in this section. What are your hopes looking forward for a new Belarus and a new form of government? How do you hope that the citizens who've been so awakened now will have a more formal role in decision making?
Actually, I can admit that the role of the civil society will be great in this transformation period, because I do represent the Nation Platform of Eastern Partnership Society Forum. It's the platform for civil society organizations. And the story is we do have different expertise that we will need in transformation period. And my hopes is rely on that the society, the wide society is awakened, and it will be a moment when the transformation period will be launched. And then it's important role of those who is now engaged in the different ways of activeness will as well contribute to the development of the country. But at the same time, technology will be able to use on a full speed, because Belarus is, it was famous, at least before this crisis, as IT country. We had the excellent IT expert, and actually it's bring opportunity for development. I mean, we do have IT potential to create the platforms. We already do different platforms, for instance, that allows government to be more transparent. And at the same time, it's a question of if the government will be transparent, that we can say about the society development. Because one of the challenge for technology development and for young people, that we do have technology in place, but at the same time, one of the challenge is the people who is using or not using technology, and for good course or bad course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder to everyone who's watching, you can engage with us. You can put messages, contributions, questions in the chat, and we look forward to hearing from you. Let's make this a participatory event. So I'd like to say thank you to Nikolai and to Iveta, and we'll now move on to the next element in our agenda, where we're going to be hearing from Dr. Vladimir Prebelic from Slovenia. Now, in the last 11 months, 90% of the world's workforce saw their work impacted one way or another, but 90% of school environments, of school children around the world, saw their schooling either closed, postponed, or turned online. And this was a huge challenge. So for children today, many of them who are now going through a second lockdown, this has been a big disruption. So let's hear from an experience from Slovenia about how they had to put their education online in a very short period of time. Dr. Prebelic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tamsin. I have to congratulate you by pronunciation of my surname. It's not really easy, to say Prebelic in English, but very good. Thank you very much. Yes, you're right. Slovenia, as you may know, is not really a big country. The population of Slovenia is about 2 million, and the acreage is approximately 20,000 square kilometers, so it's not big. However, Municipality of Kočevje is the largest municipality from the acreage-wise, so it covers the biggest territory in our country as a municipality. It measures approximately 555 square kilometers.
What is more important to know is that the population is not really dense. So people are living in small villages, what is then of course difficult then to organize everything. So the logistics issues are even more transparent as in other cases. And yes, you're right, when we decided to move online, this created a lot of, let's say, problems in quotation mark, because it's not only that we or in any country do not have access to internet, although this is still discussable in some territories, but it's also the hardware that population or people, or in this case, students or pupils are having or not having at home. So the first thing I would like to tackle is, this is the next slide, please, thank you, is connected to the issue of having all the equipment at home. And as you may know, I don't know how it is in your countries, but there, of course, there is still a great difference within the population between those who have something and those who are disadvantaged in position not having. So when we change the technology, or let's say the method of online learning, the question came up, do they have, or do all children have all the equipment necessary to follow this kind of education? And of course, the answer was clearly no. And since we also are hosting or having in our surroundings a large Roma population, the next question was how to help them, you know, how to provide these things. So this is something what municipality did. And this is, we talked of, me personally, I talked to different companies to prepare donations. We also closely worked with our primary school, secondary school, and of course, we opened the budget for these purposes, and we bought all the necessary things that pupils who did not have computers or did not have modems and everything else to be connected, that was provided from our side. So from that perspective, we enabled over 100 pupils to have possibility to follow the online distance learning. But I have to say, when we talk about youngsters, you know, it's not only that they receive something, they can also give a lot. And this was already explained in the first presentations. So what we did in exchange is, because I always say it's not only the kids are, let's say, disadvantaged part of society, it's also elderly part of society. So elderly people who stayed at home, who were not willing or not, let's say, in position to go to the stores, and the contacts, the social contacts, to a certain extent were lost. So what we did, we also we provided some additional equipment also for elderly homes, and we sent this equipment to them. And not only that, we also, let's say, in the summertime, made some, short-term education for them. And this was provided by youngsters because, well, who knows better about computers than the younger people, you know? So this is on the next slide. We also made some seminars for people who are over 65, and they got this, let's say, understanding how to handle the equipment. Nowadays, we keep in touch. So we have some kids who have, like, I know, friends, elderly friends, you know, sending them some notes, talking to them and so on. And I have to say, this was extremely positively taken, because as I said before, young people would like to be useful, and elderly people who were not in position to exchange or to have a context get one. So this is a very positive moment. One thing I have to emphasize is also that we open a new, let's say, line of communication between municipality and younger people, especially in primary and secondary school. And this is that we open a possibility of so-called Children's Municipal Council. And this is something, this is the platform that was organized by a municipality, where kids can, you know, give us input, what they miss, what should be changed, how should I behave, you know, in this different way. So there is always room for the improvement. And we received a lot of things, but this was not good for me because, you know, this is one way of communication. So you're only receiving some, let's say, ideas or let's say recommendations, but then we upgraded it. And just this week, we had a so-called hackathon. It was the seminar online organized by groups of younger people, and they came up with a very good prepared projects. For example, we need a new swimming pool, and how much will this cost? What will be the price, entering price, and so on. This was everything prepared by youngsters. So I can say this technology, digital technology, can upgrade democracy, in this case, local democracy, to a new level. So it was a great experience for me. And final word I would like to stress is, of course, also from the government point of view. So how to govern is something that has to be upgraded. And as we all know, we are not allowed to assemble in large groups. So you have here a picture. The upper picture is the municipal council sitting on the session, separated 2 meters and so on and so on. But in next session, this is on 24th of November, we will have our first online session of municipal council, and we will vote on the budget 2021. So it's really important material that will be decided upon, but we will use new technology. Of course, there was a reluctancy by the members of the municipal council because not everyone feel comfortable using technology, or they don't even know how to do things. So we again upgrade everything to this online seminars and prepare them for this. And I have this, well, I don't have right now the experiences because this will be happening within a few weeks. But I think it's a new level of communicating and a new level of democracy that can be introduced by a digital way. So this is my, I would say, 8 minutes. If there is any kind of a question I would like to be addressed right now, because my second life is being a teacher at university in Ljubljana, and I have to begin my lectures within 15 minutes. This will be theory of geopolitics. So before going there, I can be with you for additional 15 minutes. So if anyone like to give me some question, please do so, and I will try to answer as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vladimir, and you were excellent on time. And I loved the way you described a project that started with a practical challenge. How do you get the kids who are being put out of school online, and then it got expanded to intergenerational solidarity, then it got taken into the decision making, and then really at the point of deciding on how budget got spent. I think that was a really wonderful example, and thank you for being with us. If anyone would like to have a question or a comment to Vladimir, you can do so in the chat and we can share it with him. We're on a very tight time frame, so I'm not going to stop for specific questions that you can answer, but any messages that people want to send to Vladimir, we'll make sure they're passed on to you, and any answers we'll share back with the group, because I'm sure people will be interested in your example. I thought it was a really lovely story where you started with a simple issue, how do you deal with children who are out of school, and you enlarged it to society, to inequalities. It was a really lovely example, and thank you for sharing, Vladimir.
No problem, thank you.
And good luck with your next teaching engagement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vladimir. Okay, we're now going to go to the next section, the next block, where we're going to ask whether digital has affected the relationship between the municipalities and their citizens, and if so, how has it done that? And we have two speakers here, Haris Rokanis, who is the mayor of Marsalaka Municipality in Latvia and is a member of the CEMR Committee of Young Local and Regional Representatives, and Salome Gongadze from the National Association of Local Authorities of Georgia, and she's also a member of Ozurgeti Municipal Council. And for the two of us, we're going to explore a little bit some of the topics that were brought up before, and Katarzyna talked about how young people need to be engaged in a more broader approach, not just tokenistic, and that there is, we heard from Mikolai and Witsa how it can change the relationship, and young people can actually bring their new ideas and engage differently because they don't want the old forms of decision making and engagement. So let me start with you, Haris, to ask you the question, how do you use digitalization to improve services for citizens? Because if you think that the main function of local government is to provide services to citizens, how has digital tools helped you do that, and that fundamental transaction between citizens and their local authorities.
Hey everyone. So first I would like to stress that nowadays digital era we live in gives us a bunch of opportunities. You know, you can only imagine things and they pop up right away in a form of an app, a program, or whatever tool. The biggest challenge I think nowadays is that the difference between how fast digital tools develop and inertia of society and ability of some people to actually use those tools. That Vladimir also mentioned that when we look at youngsters, is no problem to them at all. They can get engaged. They know how to use whatever digital tool we propose. But then we cannot, as a municipality, go only digital because a large proportion of our population just don't have the skill set to use these tools properly. So when engaging digital tools in everyday agenda, we do see that this helps to to involve more youngsters and younger generation. But we must sort of appreciate and hold to the thought that there is a part of the population that for one or another reason cannot follow up so fast, whether the lack of technology, lack of skills, or also in the border area we are at now, it may be just a lack of connection. So so we have to keep that in mind.
Thank you. And again, very useful that you mentioned that there's a core infrastructure that's needed before you can provide online tools and online services. And in some parts of Europe and beyond, the infrastructure in rural areas is just not there to allow people to do that. And so this is a big challenge for inequalities. Let me now turn to Salome. What can you tell me about getting the right balance between providing services online, which is efficient, it's fast, you can do amazing new things, and the fact that we also need to provide offline services for people, particularly those who can't or don't want to or won't use digital services? How do we get that balance right? Salome.
Dear participants, dear colleagues, good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the National Association of Local Authorities of Georgia and the CMR for this event and opportunity to participate in it. I hope the pandemic will end worldwide soon and we will return to the usual rhythm of life. It's a great honor for me as a member of LALRG Municipality Council to talk about my own experience and the involvement of young people in municipal life. It was the newcomers and their support that motivated me when, in the fall of 2017, I decided to leave my 9 years of banking experience and return to my own municipality to help and set an example for young people who have moved to LALRG, a small-sized municipality with more than 5,000 inhabitants. As the chairman of the Commission for Social, Cultural, Education and Youth Affairs, and as an ordinary citizen of LALRG, I try to have a close connection with young people and constantly listen to their needs. The principle of inclusivity is very important in all aspects of local government activities. There are many different mechanisms to promote participation and involvement of citizens via legislative framework or via civic engagement. The effectiveness of the activities of self-government depends a lot on the work of these mechanisms. For sure, an engaged youth is an important part of the democratic and socio-economic development of any country on local and national level. They are the catalyst for change and the main players in this process. Therefore, it is important to support and encourage them on all local, national, and international level. Once I was elected, one of the most important challenges I faced of our municipality was lack of youth involvement and participation in political life for the following reasons. Their interests and values were not taken into account, while planning local policy, therefore municipality budget was not inclusive. Faced this, young people in small-sized municipalities like Lagodehi face social and economic problems and have not a full access to the new technologies. One of the main challenges for small-sized municipalities is to keep youth in municipalities and to avoid the movement of populations from the countryside to big cities. Taking into account all these challenges, in 2017, with the involvement of NGOs, we developed a youth policy document aimed at long-term cooperation with the municipal sector and youth. In 2018, in Lagodehi municipality, on my initiative, a gender equality council was established to review the problems facing young people and discuss effective mechanisms for solving them. We modified municipality social program and decided a funding component for excellent students, which is very important for their encouragement. Since the big majority of citizens are active users of social media in Georgia, especially Facebook, was created different discussion groups via social media like Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. It helped us to increase the involvement of citizens, including youth initiatives. This new approach had a positive impact and led to the implementation of the council working plan and different initiatives. Our approach is not to offer to them a ready-made receipt. We enable them to plan, to implement and analyze also results. We advocate for democratic principles and values in citizens, and I think we constantly feel how valuable and important it is their involvement for the development of our municipality. I would like to share with you several initiatives. In 2017, within the framework of the EU project, the local development group named LALRG was established. One of the priorities was the promotion of youth initiatives. It is a platform where three sectors actively cooperate: government, civil society, and business sectors. Within the groups, a website such as visitlagodehi.com was created, the main purpose of which is to local tourism. In Lagodehi, I'm very proud to say that in 2018, my municipality won the NALA prize for implementing the best gender policy. This year, we had a new initiative calling Your Idea to Mayor. We young citizens could submit the initiatives to the municipality. The topic was social inclusion, and the best idea was financed by the mayor. As regards the employment of young people, we organized numerous trainings for young people on topics such as project management, key development, and etc. In 2017-2020, we announced several...
Salome,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just we're running out of time here, and we can make sure that we can send a link if you'd like to share several more initiatives. That would be great. But if I could ask you to just finish your intervention now.
Yes, very shortly. As a local elected, I always try to share my experience and help them to deal with their problems. And in the coming years, we are planning a lot of important joint projects that will contribute to the development of our municipality and increase awareness. Of course, this is only a small thing that we have been able to do for them over the years, and our municipality is facing many more challenges, which we will soon solve step by step, and jointly we are very much looking forward to cooperate with our European partners. Thank you for your attention. Stay strong and healthy.
Lovely. Thank you, Salome. And I promise that we will, if you've got links to your specific initiatives that you'd like to share, we can put them in the chat so everyone can see them. Thank you. Let me come back to Haris with just one question, which is, with you talked about the fact that it's actually quite easy to launch new tools. Has digitization opened your city up to working with new partners, new relationships, new alliances? Has this made the operations of local government transparent and more accessible?
Well, regarding transparency, I think it's not an issue of technology or not. It's an issue of your political will. Because, for example, when COVID-19 started, there was a territorial reform in Latvia sort of pushed through, and the digitalization actually was made as an excuse not to make discussions publicly available enough. So there are two ends to this mean. But regarding partnerships, we have sort of individual partnerships in Europe, in Germany in particular, and for the when WhatsApp was invented, it was the first tool we started to use. and digital era has allowed us to speed up things, as everything in our everyday life. Also in these partnerships, the planning process became faster, implementation of projects and ideas became faster, clearer, and so on. Definitely, as in everyday life, in everyday issues, also in cross-border partnerships, digitalization has helped us a lot.
Thank you very much. And thank you to both Salome and Harris for this exchange. I'm now going to move to a second exchange where we're going to look at this issue about how e-governance has supported efficiency and effectiveness of public service provision. And I'm delighted to introduce Irina Yarmolenko, this for a city council member from Zhytomyr, from the Association of Ukrainian Cities and a member of a CMR standing committee on equality, and Eduard Rivas Mateo from the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, and he's also a spokesperson for CMR on civic engagements, citizen participation, and Mayor of Esparreguera. I hope I pronounced that correctly, in Barcelona. So Irina and Eduardo, let's explore together what this means, because Harris just said that actually digital tools can make things faster, more transparent, more efficient if they're applied well. But let me ask you this, and Irina, let's start with you. Do you think digital tools can help create a more balanced relationship between men and women and other excluded groups and the decision makers?
Good afternoon for all. Thank you for having me here. Also, thank you for invitation for CMR and also our Association of Ukrainian Cities. I have prepared a small presentation about digital instruments and smart cities, Zhytomyr as my native city. I will show a bit, and also I am a city council member who works efficiently and very much with gender issue as the head of the deputy group Equal Opportunities. It is a honor that this question you sent to me about equality, and yes, I can totally sure that e-government helps to make our easier, and for men, for women, and for other different marginalized group, because it's more easier to use different appeals. It is more easy to use online services and create different certificates as you wish, or register your private entrepreneurs, or for example register your land or your new apartments. And a lot of women they don't want to go to very often bureaucracy city councils and wait these queues with their children, but thanks to digital tools they can create every document very fast and feel safe, especially in this very difficult time. But let's back to my presentation very shortly. I will share a screen if you allow me, and show how this our smart city can help to women, to different social groups, to people who are on difficult situations during their life. So can you see this? We have this administrative services center. Can you see my presentation? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, we see it.
Yeah, great. We see this administrative services centers. It's the only place which provide the most popular administrative services in comfortable environment. Each big city has this administrative services center, and network of this is constantly increasing. Then we see this electronic queue in kindergarten. So it's very comfortable to get place in kindergarten. You just need to register on site, choose a preschool institution and indicate the name of the child, and then you will get the status and go to this and get this opportunity. Also, it is help with reduction of corruption and make more transparent process because we have no enough infrastructure. Electronic tickets in public transport and smart stops. So you can see that all of you know that it's very comfortable for everyone pay without cash, but it's also an opportunity for management, for planning other new roads and deep analysis for city council members. And you know that we talk about about young people. So I think a lot of these instruments they have prepared with the young people who get who try to find new creative and easy ways to make public services more interesting, more open, and more effective. Then you see these modern stops with the estimated time of arrival of transport. For every mom, for every woman, it's very helpful. And also, look, separate trash cans and free internet. It also involves and encourage young people to stay here. And also, it's very safe because these stops have cameras. Except these stops, we have a lot of camera all over our city, and hopefully soon we will have security buttons. So of course, this is again, these digital tools helps for different social groups, for people who can be robbed, or and who, for example, who needs some support from others. I like NGO initiatives because they helps also for us, for an active young people, and also for other check the map of repairing. For example, it can you have heard about repairing your house, your apartments, but still it isn't done, and you can check why and also write appeal that it should be done. I can share more, but I mean that main idea that that digital tools really very important for our life. It's a big role for youth because they can get new position, and also through digital elements they can encourage others, young people, to make this process more clear, more interesting and creative.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Irina. And we will, of course, share your PowerPoint and any links or anything else from other speakers to the audience. So nothing is lost. Thank you. Let me turn to Edgars. And let me ask you a question. We've spoken very much about how empowering digital tools can be and how useful they are to engage broadly. Maybe we should talk a little bit about the dark side, which is that sometimes young people and young policymakers, when they go out to speak to the public on social media, they get faced with harassment, with threats of violence, with trolling, particularly young women. And young women from an ethnic background receive the worst hate mail of any group on the internet. So what, in your experience, can be done to make it safe for young people, and particularly young policymakers who want to reach out, to do so without facing negative consequences?
Hello, everybody, and first of all, thanks for inviting me to be here, and thanks also for the organization. I think that the point that you're asking is really, really important, because, as you said, it's the dark side of the positive things about the digital tools of technology, because there's a lot of advantages that we are going through this last year. Does anyone imagine in these dark times that we are also facing with COVID-19, not leaving this with the opportunities that digital tools give us? So we are seeing now this importance. However, there's also this dark side, which I would say it's especially important on social media. So I think that there's two kind of approach here. I would say that first, we need some measures at a government level. We need governments to take actions into these big enterprises, Twitter, Facebook, to force them to control not only the fake news, but also all the trolls and people with avatars, alter ego, that they are trying to focus only in saying the opposite of your message. I myself, it's my second term as mayor. I arrived at office at 2015. And when I arrived, I saw the importance of have a say in the social media, especially for young people, because you know there's a great distance between the municipality as an institution and then policy at a level for people and especially for young people. So I thought if I myself have a say on social media, I can make an approach. I can be a link between the government, local government, and young people, and I think it worked well. Well, I got re-elected, so I thought I think it's fine. But as the time goes on, I found every time harder. It's harder. I found it more difficult to have a say in a positive way, not in an agenda, in a political agenda, but in a positive context. I mean, because for everything you found a troll that says the opposite that you say. There's this fake news. There's also personal harassment. I found myself even harassment as my family members. For example, last week I found myself following Twitter with my wife and my children. So I had to denounce to Twitter the account, and they removed the picture of my children. So that's something that we should not have to worry about, especially in a local level. My municipality has 22,000 inhabitants, so it's a small town. We know each other, so there's no necessary to go this way. It's not only a digital tool, because it's always existed before, and in a non 2.0 level, I mean, in a digital tool, but we have to be extra careful. So as I was saying, I think that governments should tackle this with some measures for big companies. If that's not enough, and I think that that isn't, we should also protect these things on a legislative way. So I think that parliamentaries should say something, make regulations, and I don't know really how to tackle, because I think that this is the great debate, but parliamentary issue is also very important. I think that last week the European Union is also empowering some kind of actions on this issue. At least in Spain, it's been created an agency from the Spanish government relating to counterpower the fake media, fake news, fake announcements, and more. But I think that we have to tackle especially trolls, alter egos, and all of that. And finally, just to say, there's also a correlation between trolling and all these issues with money, because there are sometimes that people, very rich people, that they have the power, the economic power, they pay others to have this kind of robots, avatar, and trolls, and have a say on social media. I hope that this is not encouraging for even for this dark side to make politics and policies, because it's really a great pleasure to be an elected member at a local level or wherever and transform your society. So I think that's something that it's really great to be a part of and be part of the change.
Thank you, Edward. And a reminder to everyone, please feel free to put your comments and questions in the chat to see how we can move this conversation forward. Just to sort of summarize, so far we've talked about the power of digital to allow municipalities, once they've made the political choice to do so, to be more transparent, to engage wider with a broader set of population, to be more efficient and faster and responsive to citizens, if that's what we want. We've heard that the opportunities that it offers to bring different parts of the community together, the generations together, and to offer access. But we also heard from Edgars some of the challenges, that there are interests. They might be private interests, rich, powerful people. It might be rich, powerful countries. And I don't need to name any names here, but I think there are countries that all state interests that try to encourage fighting and trolling and undermining democracy. So it's really, it's not just a play area for people with good intentions. There are a lot of other interests, cyber criminals online, you've got scams and others. So if you as policymakers, if you are encouraging different generations, particularly older generations, to use public services online and engage with you, there's also a responsibility there for the well-being of the people you bring into that sphere, whether it's older people who might fall victim to a financial scam, or younger people who might find their personal life affected by it. So there is, I think, an interesting conversation here for local officials about how these tools offer you great potential for engaging with citizens differently, delivering services differently, but then also be aware that it's an area that Edgars says is not regulated at local level. It's not even regulated at national level or European level. It's often a global issue. And so some of the challenges and the problems that you deal with are way beyond the area that you can manage and deal with yourself. So I'd like to say thank you to Edgars and Irina. And at this point, I'd like to open the floor for your comments, your questions, your suggestions. We were due to finish at 2:30, but because we started late, we will carry on for another 15 minutes, if that's okay with your time. And I'd like to use that time to discuss with you what recommendations we could come forward with that would allow us to have a further conversation about this, because the power of digital tools to transform and to change the relationship between citizens and municipalities is clear. The potential. We've heard that there are some challenges that need to be addressed, basic infrastructure. We heard the example from Slovenia that they needed to get IT and equipment and laptops in the hands of families so that their kids could get schooling, but that became a mechanism to engage elsewhere. In rural areas, they may not have the infrastructure to connect. So there are lots of challenges. People may not have the media literacy to use the tools. And so there's many different areas. And when I say people may not have the media literacy, that may include the civil servants or some of the other members of the council who are perhaps not so young and not digital natives. They may need to be convinced that it's worth putting things online and opening yourself up, because if you put your city services online, people are going to start sending you complaints. You have to have a service that works 24 hours a day to deal with citizen inquiries and complaints. So maybe the reluctance to go online is partly a desire not to have to deal with the amount of effort it requires to engage online. So let's see what your comments and your questions are. And I'm starting to see, we've got some comments coming in here. Alexandra is saying we have to look at the implications of digitization, because it's another EU priority within the development policy cycle. And good example from Latvia about using digitization as an excuse not to have proper consultations. Yes, this is, and here they said in Moldova, they created an e-governance and services that was significantly underutilized because it was costly for the population to engage. And Alexandra wanted to hear from other countries in the region. So Georgia, Ukraine, Belarus, is this an experience? Because putting a focus on digitization can often mean that public money goes to private companies to build the infrastructure, but that isn't the sole issue you need to deal with. And here, Harris has put in a comment that the crisis has demanded us to be more digital. And we recognize that as we go, there will be new challenges, and we'll just have to fix them as they come up along the way. Who would like to say something? Would anyone like to speak at this point?
I think Tamzin, we have Alexandru who would like to speak.
Alexandru, would you like to go ahead, unmute yourself and put your camera on so we can see you?
Thank you very much, first of all, for reading my comment. Just very briefly, because indeed I'm thinking all the time how we can benefit from the priority, European Union priority in digitalization. And there are many considerations, many ideas, but that's what I wrote about the public sector, which seems to have a lot of e-governance, e-public services created, but they are underutilized because of what you've read, but also because they are quite complicated to use, frankly speaking. I tried to use them on several occasions. Another point, private sector, huge resources are needed. No money, certainly for this scale or at any international partner, at all of them, but private sector is doing quite well. So my question actually to our colleagues in maybe Georgia, Ukraine, Belarus, maybe Latvia also, how do they see how we can use, how can we benefit from this priority, European Union priority in digitalization? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good point. Would anyone like to respond on that? He's asked for experience from the East on how the EU's priority on digital could be used in a positive way in your areas. Does anyone have experience to share? I can't see any hands up who want to answer that, but maybe we'll get a message in the chat, and we can always, it's hard to think of an answer immediately, especially if it's not your first language. I appreciate that. So Alexandru, if we receive after this some responses, we'll make sure they come to you. If not, then let me invite you to, we've suggested 2 potential recommendations from this group that we'd like to discuss with you to go forward. So let's show on screen the first recommendation. And this is based on the messages that have come through consistently in our conversation, that young people are agents of change. Young people are users of services, they're voters, they're parents, they're workers, and they're people with ideas. So you can't build a society that looks forward to meet future challenges without engaging young people, and to do it in a meaningful way. And so this recommendation calls on governments to recognize young people in this way and to give them the opportunity to not just be a tick box exercise, but actually involve in effective policies. On this recommendation, does anyone want to say anything? For example, share a concrete idea of what this might look like. So again, please feel free to share in the chat or put your hand up so that we know who would like to speak on this recommendation about how politicians could recognize young people as agents of change and active partners. Katarzyna, I think I saw your mic come off. You wanted to say something. Please come back in.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for putting up this recommendation as well. Yeah, so I fully agree with this recommendation, and from the concrete examples, I think that consultations in the perspective of multi-generational ones, as well as intersectional ones. So as I said in my speech, young people not only as young people, but as a group of young migrants, young women, young indigenous people. So making sure that local authorities, as well as other levels of governance, as mentioned in this recommendation, are actually looking at the young people as a complementary group. So we have to make sure as local authorities to reach out to young people, so organize as wide, as broad consultations processes and conversations as possible, but also as young people, we have to make sure that local authorities, as well as other levels of governance, are held accountable. So if nobody's reaching out to us, maybe it should be us reaching out to people who are in power. So actually calling our local authorities, calling our MPs and saying, okay, I'm a young person, I'm an expert in this field from the perspective of young people. Maybe you would like to hear my voice and take my voice into consideration. And I think that concrete examples that's just how it should be, not only on local levels but also on international ones.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to say something about this recommendation? Because I've seen in the chat that Edward has said that the only positive thing about COVID-19 is that it has given a momentum behind the provision of digital services to make that a real opportunity to engage differently with the population. And I agree. I am interested though in how you feel the issue of trust has been affected by this, because in Belgium and in the UK and many other countries, governments have had to reach out to the population to tell them how to behave through COVID. And what we're seeing is that the population doesn't trust them anymore, doesn't want to be told what to do. And the challenges around COVID is, on the one hand, governments have tried to explain the science behind the restrictions. On the other hand, you're getting a strong pushback from citizens saying, we don't trust you. We don't think this is really a case. And I wonder if you feel that COVID, Edward, you said it was an opportunity to rethink public governance and public services, but on the other hand, it's raising mistrust between citizens and their policymakers. Does anyone have a comment on that they might like to share?
Can I say something?
Yes, please, of course.
I totally agree with you, and I would say that this is happens especially at a national or European level. But however, this is not the case at a local level, because we are the first administration. We are on the street with our neighbors. We are also part of the neighborhood, so people speak to us and explain us their problems, their feelings, and everything. So I think that they see local governments as people who can help them with all these difficult times with COVID-19. If I think in March in Spain, with the first lockdown that we had at that time, we have a debate here in the municipality about how we can communicate to people all the restrictions and measures that the national level or regional level decided, and that we have to make at the local level. So we have, I don't know how you say it in English, we have a classical announce in paper that you put on the streets saying how things should be done. But this is a very ancient way. So we make a message through email, WhatsApp, social media. And at that time, I think that this message gave people confidence through these difficult times. So I think there's really a great division of perception from the first lockdown and from now, because now I think that people they are really tired. We've seen this second wave which is coming. Maybe we will have to face a third wave in the beginning of 2021 in February or so. So I think that as time goes on and as a vaccine or a medication doesn't arrive, people will be more angry and will have more, as you said, less confidence about measures, because we don't like to be told what we have to do. So it's also true. And I think that we have a duty here as a local level to make things softer in an emotional way. I mean, to make the measures, to implement the necessary measures, but also to understand people. If we look today in Barcelona, we have such a great debate here in Catalonia, because we have all the restaurants and bars all closed from 2 weeks ago. These people, they are really facing challenges because they don't have any income and any work. However, if you go to Madrid or any other places in Spain, these places are open, and more or less the pandemic situation is the same. So we have to try very hard to express to people why some measures work in one place, not on the other. And I think that this mistreatment can be brought from here. So it's really difficult. I would agree with you.
Thank you. And I'm aware that we've opened a really interesting topic of conversation there, the relationship between national government and local government, and how actually local engagement can build trust when there is mistrust of what's happening at national level. But unfortunately, we have run out of time. We went a little bit over time, and I know that it's been a really good input. And I see that we've had, yes, an input from Mikolai that data, open data doesn't lie. And this is, I think this is a really important message, that we, once the data is out and public, we can see the different approaches taken by different governments. We can hold them to account, and we can see the extent to which our governments are performing on behalf of citizens or not. So overall, digital tools provide tremendous opportunities for looking at accountability and responsiveness of the local or national governments to their citizens. I would like to say we had a second recommendation that I'm just going to show you on the screen, which was recognizing that digitalization can be an effective means of involving young people and other traditionally excluded groups, and to foster more constructive state-society relations. So these were two recommendations that we wanted to put forward as a potential output from this meeting. I recognize we can't capture the full richness of everything that we were saying. And I just, again, want to thank an input where Adam has said, yes, imagine if you were living in a country in Central and Eastern Europe where there was already low trust in governments, and the pandemic has made it even harder and revealed that the citizens, the extent to which their governments are failing them. So yes, digital as a focus point of the relationship between cities and their municipalities and the citizens, an opportunity to compare quality of engagement and openness. So digital tools offer us a lot, but we also talked about some of the challenges and the dark side. This is a conversation that I think will need to continue, and I'm sure CMR will want to take this conversation forward. Could I say a very warm thank you to all of our speakers who have given us such great engagement, and our translators who stayed with us when we went a little bit over time and have ensured that everyone is able to listen in a language that is useful to them and can feel engaged. This event is nothing without our translators, so thank you to that. And the CMR team behind the scene who worked so hard. Some of them you've seen on screen, some of them you haven't, but preparing an event like this took a lot of effort, so a warm thank you to all. And I have on my agenda that we're going to take a family photo. Now, I know how to do that in the real life. I don't know how we're going to do this on Zoom because we've got so many people that we can't put you all on one screen. So somebody from the CMR team, tell me how we're going to do a family photo. How do we do that?
Tamzin, we're just going to do a screenshot. So basically, I will ask everybody just like to look at their camera, to have a big smile, and then one of my colleagues will do a screenshot. Shin, can you? She's getting ready, huh?
Okay,
Yes.
get ready. So we'll need everyone's cameras on. If you've got your camera off, now is the moment to put it back on, so that we will have a very full screen of smiling faces. And we have so many people, I think we're going to have 3 screenshots. So yes, I'm waiting for the last few cameras to come on. Thank you, Inez and Felix.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Another one.
Great, thank you.
Tamzin?
Yes.
Can I just say a word as well? So I would like to thank you for moderating this session. So you've done an amazing job. So nothing would have been like possible without you moderating as well, like the session. So a big thank you to you. A big thank you to, again, like the interpreters and to all the speakers as well.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. And have we finished with the photo? Is there anything else we need to do? It's all done. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.